Well, thanks everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Equity. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Kaurna people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and remotely. Committee members participating today include myself as Chair, Senator Brown, Deputy Chair, and Senator Mulholland. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they're protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Also remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So we begin this morning with the Anti-Poverty Network, SA and SA unions. And I welcome representatives from those two organisations in person. Thanks for being here in person. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Yeah, great. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
I'm Harrison Novak. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Officer at SA Unions.
Dale Beasley, I'm the Secretary at SA Unions.
Pasquale Forgione, I'm the Campaigns Co-Coordinator for the Anti-Poverty Network SA.
Samantha Skinner, the other Campaigns Co-Coordinator at the Anti-Poverty Network at South Australia.
And I'm Elise Camley. I'm just a member of the Anti-Poverty Network here to make a statement.
Great, you're very welcome.
About my experience as a renter.
Excellent. I now invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So who would like to start?
I don't mind. Yeah, sure. Good morning, Chair and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Samantha Skinner. I'm the Campaigns Co-Coordinator of the Anti-Poverty Network South Australia. I'm joined today by Paz Forgione, our other Campaign Co-Coordinator, and Elise Camley, one of our members who brings lived experience of housing insecurity as an aged pensioner renting privately. For the past 13 years, Anti-Poverty Network SA has been a grassroots organisation led by people with lived experience of poverty. Our members include job seekers, pensioners, carers, students, people with disability, workers on low incomes, and people who've experienced homelessness, and housing insecurity. Poverty and housing insecurity go hand in hand. When people are living on inadequate incomes, rising rents and housing costs can quickly push them into severe financial hardship and homelessness. Without secure and affordable housing, efforts to reduce poverty will continue to fall short. For many of the people we represent, housing has never been affordable. Long before housing affordability became a mainstream political issue, people relying on income support payments were already experiencing housing stress, rental insecurity and homelessness. Today, that situation has become even worse. Our submission argues that intergenerational housing inequity isn't an accident either. It's the result of decades of policy choices, tax settings that have encouraged property speculation, the long-term neglect of public housing, and an over-reliance on the private market solutions. The result's a housing system that increasingly rewards those who already own property while locking others out. Increasingly, whether a young person can buy a home depends on whether their parents own their own home. Housing wealth is being inherited, but so is housing insecurity. We support the federal government's recent reforms to negative gearing and the capital gains discount. They're a welcome first step, but there was an opportunity to be far more ambitious about it. Additional revenue from housing tax reform could have been invested directly into public housing, helping the people who are most locked out of our housing market. For those Australians, housing affordability won't be solved through home ownership alone. That's why we believe housing reform must include a major expansion of public housing and stronger protections for renters. The stories included in our submission demonstrate the human impact of these policy failures. One of our members is quoted as being on the public housing waiting list since 1996. That's 30 years. Elise, who is with us today, has been on the public housing waiting list for 22 years and is unlikely to ever get a public home at this stage. In July, Elise's rent's actually going to increase, and it will see her paying around 60% of her income on housing, and there are no cheaper alternatives available. Elise is clearly at risk of homelessness herself. Another member told us of children as young as 12 who are already worried that they'll never be able to afford a home of their own. And these aren't isolated experiences. They're examples of a housing system that's failing people across generations. And that's why we believe governments need to take much more ambitious action. Our submission calls for the substantial expansion of public housing, stronger renter protections, further reforms of tax settings that favour property investors, action on vacant housing, which has not even been touched, and increases to income support payments, obviously, to above the poverty line so that people can just afford the basics in life. Housing in Australia should be treated as a home first and an investment second. In a country as wealthy as Australia, nobody should spend decades on a public housing waiting list or have most of their income swallowed up by rent. And no child should grow up believing that secure housing is something that they'll never be able to achieve. We welcome this inquiry and we look forward to answering your questions. And thank you again for having us today.
Right, thank you. Thanks both for being here, all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I want to acknowledge that we're meeting with this select committee on the lands of the Kaurna people, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'm very proud to always acknowledge that this always was and always will be Aboriginal land. My name is Dale Beasley. I'm the Secretary of SA Unions, and I'm here today with Harry Novak, our Policy and Advocacy Officer at SA Unions. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with the Select Committee. For those who don't know, SA Unions is the peak body for the trade union movement in South Australia across the various trades and professions and occupations. We represent about 160,000 workers in this state. Our submission addresses intergenerational housing equality as a worker issue because housing is not separate from work. The ability of workers to find secure, affordable, quality housing close to their workplace affects their capacity to participate in the labour market, build a life, raise a family, engage with the community and live with dignity. For generations, secure housing was meant to be one of the basic promises to working people for their working life. If you worked hard and saved diligently and participated in the labour market, you had a real prospect of building a secure future. But for too many workers, and particularly too many young workers, that promise is being broken. Housing has become less connected to wages and work and more connected to wealth, timing, inheritance and family background. The National Housing Supply and Affordability Council has found that the share of income a median income household needs to service the average new mortgage has risen by 50%. For renters, the share of income needed to pay rent for the median new lease has risen by 33%. In South Australia, the median price for established house transfers increased from $185,000 in March 2002 to $950,000 in December 2025. The price of housing has run far ahead of what workers can reasonably earn, save and borrow. And this is not a failure of individual discipline, it's not a failure of aspiration, and it's not because young people have forgotten how to budget. It's a structural problem created by policy settings and market conditions that have treated housing less as a home and more as an investment asset. The structural problem is felt most sharply by workers on lower incomes, young workers, women, single parents, First Nations people, migrant workers, renters, people with disability, and people without access to family wealth. The more insecure your work is, the harder it is to secure housing. And the more insecure your housing is, the harder it is to maintain stable work. These things reinforce each other. Now, the public discussion about the housing crisis should be centred on the fact that everybody should have a roof over their head. Everyone should have a home. That is the least that we should be able to expect in this country. We're living at a time, though, where even workers in full-time secure employment cannot afford a home. The median house price is sitting at almost 11 times median household incomes in South Australia. When that's the case, it is a signal to us that the housing system is broken. The private interests that we had been relying on to build homes won't meet the scale of the issue, and the private market and tax settings have been deliberately geared to push housing costs up beyond the reach of first home buyers and workers. We can't be a passenger waiting for private interests to fix this problem. Workers are facing the pointy end of a crisis that has been created by a property market focused on the hoarding of wealth instead of guaranteeing people a home. Now, right now, tax breaks for property investors give an unfair leg up to professional landlords who pay lower rates of tax than the workers trying to save for a deposit out of their hard-earned wages. This crisis didn't happen by accident. It's the result of a tax system deliberately calibrated that's turned housing into a wealth production scheme for the richest Australians, and we cannot continue on this path. When a system is broken like this, we need significant action from governments to address it. Australia also cannot solve the housing crisis without the workers needed to build homes that we require. Our submission notes that Australia faces an estimated shortfall of 83,300 skilled trades workers. It also notes that women represent only 14% of the construction workforce. Building homes requires building workforce, and that means investing in skills. It means addressing apprenticeship dropout rates. It means ensuring apprentices are paid properly and mentored properly. It means creating real pathways for women into male-dominated industries, and it means ensuring construction work is safe, secure and fairly paid. It is SA Union's position that several reforms are required. We welcome the federal government's budget measures regarding capital gains tax and negative gearing, but we need to rebuild construction capacity. We need to prevent land banking. We need more direct public investment in housing, including social and affordable housing. We need to ensure that building homes, more homes, does not initiate a race to the bottom in terms of conditions and wages and safety. And we need to wind back tax settings that have privileged wealth accumulation over housing access. We need to consider how superannuation funds can responsibly invest in housing projects that deliver stable long-term returns for members and significant social benefits for the broader community. The central principle is simple. Housing must be treated first and foremost as a social and economic necessity, not solely as a vehicle for wealth accumulation. Workers need homes, communities need homes, families need homes, and future generations deserve more than a housing system that tells them that their chances depend on whether their parents entered the market early enough. The challenge is significant, but it's not insurmountable, and we're grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you both for those opening statements and thank you also for your really excellent submissions which both describe the problem, the challenge, and also set out solutions. They're very, very helpful to this committee. I think listening to you both this morning and reading your submissions, we're really sitting today in Adelaide in South Australia at the epicentre of the housing crisis. And I don't know about you, all South Australians, but it is a real shock to me as a long-term resident of this state to find ourselves now at the fourth most expensive city in the world in terms of housing. It was really not something that was on my dance card as an expectation, as a consumer of housing, as a parent, as a citizen. And when I hear those statistics in your submission, a 400% increase in 25 years in the price of housing in this state, and we have a submission this afternoon from Onkaparinga Council, a local government, telling us that in their LGA, the biggest in this state, houses prices have risen by 80% in 5 years. And so all of our local government areas, and we'll get to it no doubt, are dealing with rising homelessness. Sorry, that is a very long introduction, but I do think it's important to note that we are in a city which exemplifies the crisis in a most unexpected way. And I wanted to hear, you both are describing, I think, an enlarged role for government. And you particularly, I think, have focused on the role of certainly tax changes, but of investment in public housing. I wonder if you want to say more about that. If you want to start, Mr. Beasley.
Yes, certainly. I mean, there's a role for every level of government in addressing this crisis, which is multifaceted. I heard it described as a plate of spaghetti of an issue, right? There are many issues that make it up, and there are many solutions that need to be brought to bear. One of the problems, and you talk about how palpable the crisis is here in South Australia, I've spoken to lots of young workers who haven't just given up on the idea of owning their own home. They're increasingly given up on being able to rent a home, and they are staying at home longer, they are house sharing longer because it is just that hard to get into rental accommodation as well. Something that we have campaigned on at SA Unions is for an increased role in the state government to bring the influence that they are able to bring to the fore in terms of rebuilding the housing trust, delivering more public and affordable housing. But like really critically, I think one of the important things that the state government has done is made a commitment to more rent-to-buy homes. We've called for an investment into 12,000. At the moment, I think the state government have committed to 3,000 new rent-to-buy homes. What that does is not only provide opportunities for people to get into rental accommodation that is more affordable and save to get into owning property, it also makes the government a key player in the market. Right, the more that they're able to invest into rent to buy, the more downward pressure that they will put on the market to make rents more affordable across the board. I think that is really critically important, and we're glad that the state government are moving in that direction. But we also need to see greater investment into social housing. We have thousands, tens of thousands of people on the Housing Trust waiting list. We are well behind where we need to be in terms of stock, years behind where we need to be in terms of investment in stock, and we just need to see the delivery of that stock, and we're not going to see that happen from private investors. Even mandating that new developments have to have a proportion of affordable housing doesn't actually mean that it's affordable. It means it's a percentage below the market price, which is astronomical in and of itself, right? So this is a problem that government needs to use their institutional power to address.
Okay. Ms. Skinner, do you want to...
Actually, Paz will probably take this one.
Yeah, I mean, there might not be any single silver bullet for fixing the housing crisis, but we certainly won't fix the housing crisis and without a massive expansion of public housing stock. And the story of public housing, particularly in South Australia, is quite a unique story. It's very much intertwined with the economic and social development of this state after World War II. Post World War II, 1 in 3 homes that were being built in South Australia were public housing, and it was, to a significant extent for workers. It was to allow workers to access stable and secure housing. It was very much like a mainstream part of the housing sector, a substantial proportion of overall stock. 1 in 3 new homes are being public housing. Now, we've obviously fallen, I'm very, very far off from that point. And just to give you a sense of the scale of the loss, how much the public housing sector has shrunk over the last few decades. In the late 1990s, 11% of all housing stock in South Australia was public housing. We're now down to around 5%. Now, that is a little higher than the national average, but that is indeed a very low bar. And to give you a sense of what that means in terms of numbers, there's roughly 31,000 public homes in South Australia at the moment, with another 12,000 community homes. If South Australia still had the same percentage of public housing now that we did in the late 90s, we would have something in the order of around 90,000 public homes, as opposed to the 30,000 we have now and the 12,000 community homes. So the drop off, the the shrinking of public housing stock in both absolute, but particularly in relative terms, has been profound, and there's no way for us to turn things around without a massive, consistent and long-term commitment to rebuilding public housing stock, and that's really thousands, and in the long run, tens of thousands of new public homes being built. That's what it's going to take. There are other things that governments can do in the meantime, certainly, but if that's not on the cards, we're never truly going to create a safe and affordable housing system.
Thank you for that, both of you. We heard evidence in Canberra from housing experts about the public housing model that prevails at state level, and that I'm paraphrasing, but my understanding is that every new public housing unit that's built is actually a losing proposition for state governments. They can't, because of the cost of maintenance and so on, and the ageing stock. So I think what that says to us is we need a different model for public housing that actually makes it something other than a drain on a state, because as long as a state government sees a losing proposition, they're not going to build more units. We need to make it a better system to enable meeting the costs of maintenance and upgrading and so on. What's your feeling about that model and the way, why do state governments, why have we lost 20,000 units, for example, in South Australia? And how do we need to change that model?
Well, I feel like they went towards the fact that government were privatising everything, so put it onto the public to do. But you have to question, why is it that the government says that they can't make money from public housing, yet property investors are making a fortune in housing? How come their model works but public housing doesn't? I know rents are kept controlled, etc., but there should be almost no way you can lose money on. I'm at a loss, actually. Does anyone else know why that would be?
I think over the years privatisation has been a massive part of it. I think your comments about needing a rethink about the model are sound, Senator. I'd go back to what I mentioned before about rent to buy, though. We need a comprehensive model that includes the provision of accommodation, emergency accommodation, public housing as a safety net, public housing as a legitimate option for people, not just a safety net of last resort. Plus, if we need to balance the books, and of course governments will say that they need to do that, right, rent to buy can actually be something that is revenue positive for government. We need all of these things to happen at the same time.
Yeah. Thank you. And you've signalled a range of different measures in both of your submissions. I just want to pursue one question around the workforce in construction with you, Mr Beasley, and then I'll go to the Deputy Chair. You make the point that we have a national shortfall of more than 83,000 workers, and you also point to I assume, what is a major cause of that, which is the poverty line wages of apprentices, because we were talking about this in Canberra also recently. What explains this incredible shortfall and our reliance on skilled immigration, which has always been part of the solution for construction in Australia? But what do we need to do to really grow that apprenticeship and skilled worker workforce?
There's a bit in that, right? There's construction workforce work across a couple of distinct components of the construction industry, right? Residential construction is one arm and commercial is another, and there's boom and bust cycle in commercial construction, and residential construction also face market dips and peaks and troughs as well. But to answer your first question about what's going on with skilled labour, it's not so much a problem with attracting people into trades. Absolutely, the poverty line wages are a reason why they don't stay in them, apprentices particularly. We have a dropout rate of South Australia of almost half, right? If we want to start to turn around our skills crisis, we need to look at the reasons why people are leaving, as well as attracting more in, of course, but look at the reasons why people who go, this is where I want to want to be. This is the work that I do want to do. And either just can't afford to make ends meet, but also we can't ignore the fact that residential construction is one of the most dangerous sectors to work in as well. 63% of serious injuries from falls occur in residential construction. 82% of construction site safety issues are in residential construction. This is a dangerous sector, and people who don't feel like their work is being valued because of the low wages and because they are consistently exposed to safety issues won't stay.
So it needs to be safer and needs to be more rewarding.
Yep.
And what an incredible cost to our economy of thousands of people who sign up to be electricians or carpenters or whatever, and then have to make all the transaction costs of a move to another career, even though we're desperate for them where they are.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Senator Mulholland, I'll come to you.
Thank you for that, Chair, and welcome to all of our witnesses. It looked like a nice cosy little panel there on the table. If I first say to the Anti-Poverty Network for South Australia, thank you very much for sharing the stories of your members. Elise, also sharing your story as well. It takes a lot of courage to do that in the Senate inquiry, so I just wanted to call that out. And also a big thank you to SA unions as well for coming here and representing your members this morning. What I wanted to first ask about is both of your submissions have touched on some very similar themes. And one of those themes is around the need for housing tax reform in this country, no matter how difficult or unpopular it might be in certain quarters. Can you summarise your recommendations to us? I think in the Anti-Poverty Network submission, you talk about recommending that government phases out capital gains tax discounts and negative gearing. You also touch on that as well. I think Mr. Beasley in your union's SA submission. So happy whoever wants to go first, and then hand it over to the other witness.
We made our submission right before the federal budget was delivered. So to echo Samantha's comments, obviously we were glad to see action around the capital gains tax concession and negative gearing. I mean, certainly we would have liked those tax reforms to go further, and we think there was like an opportunity to raise far more revenue and to have that revenue directly tied to future public housing investments and rebuilding the public housing pie, unlike across the country. We think the grandfathering arrangements are a little generous, but certainly, like as a first step, it's a good first step. But we would have hoped that there may be more more substantial moves. So yeah, like I welcome the changes. I would like them to have gone much further. And just on the topic of tax at a state level, and we did mention in our submission that governments need to use every lever they can to address the housing crisis. And one of the areas that I think both state and federal governments have been reluctant to touch is the substantial number of vacant homes, unlike across the country, unlike homes that are privately owned, but are sitting empty when they could be housing members of the community. And so we've advocated for vacancy taxes and a range of other measures to get as many of those unlike empty homes into circulation, into housing supply, so that people can live with them. And that's something that I will be continuing to advocate on to both levels of government and to local governments who may also, I think, have a role to play in this space.
Thank you, and Mr. Beasley.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I might just make a brief remark, but then pass to Mr. Novak to talk in detail about our submissions. On tax, I think a big issue for us is that the top 10% get 82% of the revenue from the CGT discount. We've got 187 billionaires in Australia. A third of them get their wealth either directly or indirectly from property. $138 billion worth of wealth for the wealthiest comes from property. That's second only to the mining sector. We are on the cusp of inaffordability becoming permanent and ingrained in Australia because CTG and negative gearing have made housing a lucrative investment model for the wealthiest. That is why tax settings need to change.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Likewise, with the Anti-Poverty Network, our submission was made and submitted before the budget. So obviously we do welcome the changes that have been put forth in the 2026 budget. I guess what it sort of shows at a general level is a rebalancing of the system from one where it is primarily around the generation of wealth, as Mr. Beasley said, the top 10% getting 82% of the benefit from these incredibly generous concessions. This budget and the sort of measures that have been brought in definitely demonstrate a redistribution, rebalancing of those settings, which is really incredibly welcome. Our submission does call for the grandfathering of current negative gearing and capital gains arrangements to be grandfathered for 5 years. That's the position that we put forward within our submission because those concessions are incredibly generous. But another thing that we sort of spoke to was the changes to the superannuation performance test. Again, very much welcome the announcement of the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, that this is something that's going to be looked into. And obviously we're not advocating for people to expect less from their superannuation. That's absolutely not what we're talking about. But we are talking about creating a system and a structure that allows for super funds to actually look into incredibly viable long-term investment into housing, which is just something that at the moment the superannuation performance test is locking those super funds out of.
Thank you very much for that. I think your wording, Mr. Farragon, was that you want to see the Commonwealth rebuilding its share of the investment pie when it comes to public housing. And one of the things we have heard from a lot of witnesses is that there just has been a chronic underinvestment in social affordable housing from the Commonwealth for decades. And in recent years, the Commonwealth has come back to the table with the Housing Australia Future Fund as a key partner, working with obviously the states, territories and councils. I would just welcome your commentary and feedback about how that, the Commonwealth's role coming back to the table, whether you see that as being something that's important, and then also any feedback or guidance you've got for us around how we're travelling with the Housing Australia Future Fund. I was on the Sunshine Coast here in Queensland yesterday visiting a 5-storey building that's going to be 100% social housing, delivered in a partnership with the federal government, the state government and a community housing provider, and it opens in, I think, maybe 8 weeks' time. So we're seeing lots of those projects rolling out. We want to see more. There's more work to do. So I just welcome your thoughts about the Commonwealth's role and how Housing Australia Future Fund is operating in South Australia.
Yeah. Well, the challenge ahead of us is obviously substantial. Some research by University of New South Wales City Futures Institute, estimates that we need to build 940,000 extra social homes over the next 20 years to meet the scale of the need, and that's both accounting for people on the public housing and waiting list, but of course the huge numbers of people out there experiencing severe rental stress, who haven't even bothered applying for public housing because they know they have no hope. And while we've seen the beginnings of the federal government starting to reinvest in this space, it's pretty clear to me that the level of like investment at the moment is nowhere near what we need. And if we look at the South Australian housing roadmap, which is funded via both federal money and state money, we see that at the moment we have like a couple of years where there is solid growth in public housing stock, but I'm looking at the longer term commitments, and we see that the number of new public homes being built won't be enough to tackle community need, and like in fact in future years here in South Australia, we won't actually be building enough new public homes to keep up with population growth. We need 350 new public homes in South Australia every year just to match population growth, let alone tackle community need. So the current funding arrangements aren't getting us to like anywhere where we need for the scale of the problem. And I think the like the HAF is, to my mind, an incredibly complicated and like indirect mechanism for funding new public homes. This kind of quasi-market approach where state governments and community housing providers and other entities put in bids to get funding to build homes. It doesn't seem like a particularly unlike effective or straightforward way of funding new public homes. I mean, we wouldn't set up a system like that to direct funding around schools or hospitals. I would much rather that the Commonwealth put out direct and substantial grants straight to the states to build public housing instead of the quite complicated way that the HAF operates.
Thank you for that. I might actually come to Union South Australia if I can. We're in Queensland, in Brisbane the other day, talking to the Queensland Council of Unions, and it would be, I think, instructive for this committee to hear some anecdotal feedback from you about, I guess, the cohorts of workers, the industries they might be working in, the locations that they might be working in, where you feel that housing stress might be the most profound. By way of background, in Queensland, we have heard from workers in regional Queensland, particularly working in retail, who have provided advice that they feel like they're getting priced out of the community that they work in. It can't keep pace with rental increases and the cost of housing. So it would be interesting to get your take on the context in a South Australian perspective, and if our friends from the Anti-Poverty Network also have some feedback as well around your membership, happy to hear that as well.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that question. It's everyone. is the simple answer. In South Australia, the median house price in Adelaide has soared by 84%, right, to reach over $1 million. It's 11 times the median household income, right? We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people who are impacted by that. We've also got a rental vacancy rate here that is worse than in Sydney. I think our rental vacancy rate is just 0.8%, right? So it's not just people who are struggling to purchase a home, it's people struggling to be able to rent a home. We have wages that have increased nowhere near to the extent that the cost of buying or renting have increased. We're also still dealing with the impacts of recent inflation spikes over the last 6 years. Wages in South Australia are still 5.7% behind where they were at the start of this decade. So we've got the cost of either buying or managing your mortgage or renting increasing astronomically at a point in time when wages have actually gone backwards in value. So this is a crisis that is impacting everyone. We speak regularly to workers from all sectors and occupations and professions. I remember talking to a young worker, an apprentice, given on very low apprentice wages, but working on one of our state's premier defence manufacturing projects, and their submission was they have accepted they are never going to own a home, even after getting through their apprenticeship, right? It's just not something that they see in their future. It's professionals as well. It's clerical workers. It's absolutely people who are in insecure work, of course, but even people in secure work are thinking that it's a thing that they just will never be able to reach, in spite of how much they aspire to.
Thank you. And to the network, did you have anything you wanted to add in that space on behalf of your membership?
Well, when Dale talks about people not being able to afford housing when they're working, let's stop and think about some people who are on job seeker and the vacancy rate that you spoke about. There are no rentals available in a price range for people. Elise is a pensioner who is literally, in July, her rent is going up to be 60% of her income, which is impossible to maintain, and that's why we actually advocate for the state government doing something about this as well, and that is a 2-year rent freeze. Every single day we have people being made, like Elise here, and me, potentially at the end of this year I'll be in the same situation, being made homeless, and people can't even access homeless services. So a 2-year rent freeze would just put a hold on it. We know they can do it because we took extreme measures during COVID. We stopped people being evicted. We housed as many people as we possibly could, and we also doubled the income, payments as the job seeker rate as well. But going forward from that, during the 2 years rent freeze, we would love to see governments, certainly the state government, get together and talk about rent controls in this state. Because at the moment, while the state government has made some inroads on the laws around tenancies and stuff, you can only raise rents once a year now. Great. But you can raise it as much as you like. There's literally no limit to how much you can do. And I think, Paz, am I right in saying that since 2020, the rents have risen 52%? That's just, it's almost unconscionable. I'm not getting that word right, of landlords to do that to anyone, workers and especially people on Centrelink payments who are, every single one of them is living under the poverty rate. Like, they cannot afford. We see people all the time who are swapping, paying their rent because they have to, or they lose their home, instead of medication, instead of foods, instead of, dental work. I can show you my teeth if you like. 2 decades as a single mum have not been very good to my teeth. So it's so important that we do something, and a rent freeze and then rent controls. The sky didn't fall in the ACT when they had put in place rent controls. It wouldn't fall around the country either.
Can I, Senator Mulholland, just in the room, we have Elise's story, or a part of it, in your submission. Would you like to say something about the impact for you as a renter also?
Yeah, well, the next rent rise will really put me over the line into, I don't see how long I can exist in the private rental market. I mean, that's been really really stressful and really depressing. It's made me feel really depressed. And I really think, thinking that the rent capping should have been in place a long time ago, that it's just tied to maybe the rate of inflation, but they can put up the rent any amount they want and they can still be very wealthy landlords. But yeah, so I can cut back on food. It's one way to go. I mean, you can go to food bank too, but they don't always have everything you need. You just cut back on where you go, where you travel to. You become more housebound. Yeah.
Something else you mentioned to me the other day, Elise, was that you may have to ask your child to help you with the rent.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking at the moment until I find somewhere that is cheaper, but with the rental vacancy and with my income not being that high, I mean, I doubt I have applied for a couple of places, but I never heard back from them. But I don't know my chances of getting a property, another one that's cheaper, because I know in my area there's even more expensive than what my rent rise, what my rent will go to. There's even units that are even $100 more a week than what I'll be paying. I'm sort of stuck where I am at the moment.
They're rising around you.
Yeah, so it's all tied in with the market, and I think it's all about capitalism. Capitalism is never been a charity. It's been about making as much money as you can. But it's okay. I mean, I see that's okay if there is housing for people on low incomes, for people that have to be on job seeker for whatever reason, carers, people on lower incomes. If there is housing available for them, there's rent available for them. I don't expect to have a home. I never want a home. I just want affordable rental. And then those wealthy landlords, they can make as much money as they want. I mean, I don't care. But if there's nothing for those people on lower incomes, there's no housing available or that's affordable. I think this is really terrible. But I live currently in Glandore, where they're building the north-south corridor. But at least over 200 homes were, demolished to make way for this progressive freeway. I mean, there's been things happening in South Australia that have also made the housing crisis worse. The demolition along South Road of housing to make way for the T2 Torrens to Darlington project, which is a good thing in a way, but it has its downside.
Stop.
And yet we're still luckier than interstate, where they're still demolishing whole buildings of public housing, right? Like, at least our state government has said that they will not demolish any more public housing. I mean, they have done a bit of demolishing, but it's very much a huge increase coming back. So we're still luckier than interstate, where they're, during a housing crisis, you don't demolish massive public housing towers.
10,000 units
Yes.
lost. However, we have submissions before us that show us over the last couple of decades 20,000 public housings. You're nodding, Mr. Fugione, if I got that figure right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator Mulholland, we cut across you there. Please continue.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to hand back to you.
Thank you. I wanted to just follow up on a couple of your suggestions. You've clearly made a recommendation in relation to a vacancy tax to create an incentive to pull that stock back into availability as housing stock. And you've also, SA Unions, given us a suggestion about making it easier for super funds, patient capital, to change settings to enable more participation by that very large amount of money, workers' money, to help rebuild housing. Are there anything further you want to say on either of those? You've also clearly supported caps on levels of rent increase.
Yeah, just on the other topic of vacant homes, I mean, one of the challenges in this space is that it can be difficult to get an accurate data about the extent of the problem. There was the often cited statistics from census night in 2021, which suggests that there are something in the order of 80,000 empty homes across South Australia. Now, I mean, I suspect those figures overstate the problem. The problem is nevertheless severe. There was some research like a few years ago by Shelter SA, who were the peak body for housing in South Australia, sadly defunded and have had to wind up their operations. Unlike earlier this year, their estimate, based on consultations with real estate agents and property owners, and also looking at some of the water data, is that perhaps half that census figure is probably closer to the money. Is that perhaps I'm looking at something in the order of 40,000 empty homes rather than say 80,000. Nevertheless, that is a substantial enough number of empty homes that this absolutely has to be one of the levers that governments pull to tackle the housing crisis. I mean, we've had like a lot of comments today about like needing housing to return to being a fundamental right rather than a commodity.
Yeah.
And I think that it's unconscionable that there are tens of thousands of empty homes, whatever that precise number is, like across the state, many of which could house people. We have, like many other community sector and like housing advocacy organisations, called for vacancy taxes. We also think that in more extreme cases where there are homes that have been kept that have been persistently empty for a very, very long time, that that other measures ought to be like on the table. I mean, state governments have powers of compulsory acquisition, and
you mentioned that in your...
people don't bat an eyelid about governments forcibly purchasing homes if it's to widen a road. What we think is an equally strong case for governments to use those powers to increase the number of like houses in circulation.
And when Paz said that, if we're being more, talking about empty houses, if there's 40,000, we only have 14,000 people on our public homes waiting list. So that would, at the very least, house those 14,000 people that are waiting on the waiting list. And the comparison of what there is available to them down at the local park to live in and one of these empty houses. I mean, it should be criminal that you can actually make that much money off of an empty house anyway. It shouldn't be that way. So just want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Beasley.
Senator, I might throw to Mr Novak again in a second to answer the question about superannuation, but I did just want to say on the topic of persistently empty accommodation, that is a massive issue. We've also got an issue of persistently empty land, right? Developers who purchase land and hold on to it until the price goes up so that they can make more money off of it. That is compounded by slow development times here in South Australia. I think the build time for new houses in SA is blown out by 36%. We've got the second slowest rate in Australia. We've made submissions in other places about the need to deal with roadblocks to development to get new developments done quicker, including the introduction of pattern books, which the state government has accepted, but also incentivising the delivery of like the missing middle of development, where Adelaide in particular is not building the sort of apartments and accommodation that could home families, right, while leveraging existing infrastructure. One of the problems we've got with development in the outer suburbs is the need to provide infrastructure to those new developments as well. So we should be looking at strategic infill opportunities, development using existing infrastructure that is available and delivering that missing middle with planning reforms. But I'll go to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. So, look, Australia's superannuation funds represent a significant pool of capital, right? And this capital could be playing such a much greater role in delivering housing supply, including social and affordable housing. currently, as we sort of discussed earlier with Senator Mulholland's question, the superannuation performance test is likely discouraging investment in projects that are going to deliver strong social outcomes because they don't align neatly with the sort of benchmark-driven expected returns. The superannuation performance test is sort of administered by the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, and it's comparing a fund's returns against a benchmark portfolio over time. If the fund underperforms the benchmark and it fails the test, then, so what you can expect if you're one of those super funds is you can, expect to be named publicly, have restrictions put on you for accepting new members, reputational damage. And while our submission and our policy position on this absolutely does not support weakening the performance test in any way, and members should not be expecting lower returns, the current structure is unfairly comparing investments in affordable and social housing to standard asset classes, such as equities and bonds. Social and affordable housing doesn't fit neatly into a box that can be easily compared against traditional, securities, equities, bonds, things like that. Therefore, the superannuation funds are being completely discouraged from investing in this. Again, not in any way suggesting that people should be expecting less from their superannuation funds. However, discouraging funds from investing in projects with strong social outcomes but lower or less conventional financial returns, such as social and affordable housing, is preventing these funds from doing so.
Thank you. I wonder if on notice you could provide us with any further detail on any proposition, and we will no doubt call the ACTU at some point, but I'm really interested, and I think the committee would benefit from specific propositions because, as you say, the workers don't want a loss of retirement income, but the test at the moment prohibits them from patient capitals with lower short-term rates of return at least. I'd like to know how you meet all of those objectives but still possibly release capital into public housing. Seems like an obvious thing, but I'd like any thoughts you have on how that might, whether you quarantine a proportion from performance targets or you create sub-funds, or I don't know how you would do it, but I would really be interested to hear that. And similarly, I'm really interested if you have any more comment you want to make about land banking and the use of it as a strategy to maximise profit. Some people have done very well in Adelaide in the last 30 years, 20 years that we've seen this crisis emerge. Not only people who own their homes, who bought early enough, but developers who have benefited from massive growth in their asset base. So I'd be very keen to hear any propositions you have on how that might be mobilised, a land bank or a vacancy tax afterwards. Much appreciated. We're drawing to an end and I would like to remain on time, but I do want to end with just inviting you both to make any final comments you want. South Australia had a very powerful history under a Liberal government, Thomas Playford, where workers, he saw a contract between working people and the citizens of the state more broadly, carers for example, being entitled to a roof over their head provided they were made contributions to our community. So a massive investment in creating jobs in industry, in Whyalla, in Northern Adelaide, across our state, and building the housing to create the communities. We have stepped so far from that to now become, as I said right at the beginning, and your submissions show, the epicentre of a national crisis, with people pitched all around us in this city into tents, and young people becoming hopeless, and women who've given decades of their life to caring and creating the next generation, finding themselves in real danger of homelessness, insecurity and unsafe living circumstances. Why have we gone so far from one vision of how we can live to this other precarious vision for thousands of South Australia in a wealthy state?
I really wish that you could see what we see every day, the suffering, and I'm already feeling my emotions rising just thinking about it, that you don't understand the government does not seem to get the suffering out there. And I think that there's a direct correlation to some of the increases in interest in One Nation, for instance, whose housing policy is not as good as Labor's, is certainly not as good as the Greens and stuff like that. So we are going to continue to see that increase if the government doesn't start doing something about how South Australians are living on the ground. You know, you talk about public housing. Elizabeth was built from public housing. Now, Holden's is gone, so there's less jobs out there. You know, they do try and get more industry and stuff out there, but the entire north is, you know, just becoming lower and lower socioeconomic area and stuff. If the government doesn't do something, what are we going to do? Are we going to start building poor houses? Are we going back to the poor houses? Because government's got to do something. So I really want to see some action on this, you know, as soon as possible. So, because, and anyone who wants to come and speak to our members, come and do it, because they are suffering. You know, at least you probably think yourself lucky too. And I think of myself as lucky. And we all do that. We think, oh, we're lucky. Well, we're not. This is no longer the lucky country. And Australians have always been able to see that they could get ahead. We're now seeing people who don't think they're ever going to get ahead because they can't afford housing, they can't afford rent. So something needs to be done now.
Thank you.
Why are we here? Probably because of years of broken political ideology, I would say, at various levels of government. We did have a social contract, and people still believe that ought to be the way it is, right? There's despair that it's not like that anymore. And I hear from parents who were able to afford their own home, like despairing at what the future holds for their kids. So we've had a political experiment over the last 30 to 40 years that broke that social contract while incentivising the wealthy to build their wealth through property, and that was done through changing tax settings, etc. And now the advocates for that broken ideology, the same advocates for those incentives for the wealthy, want different groups of workers to blame each other for the state of the world. I think that is outrageous and deplorable. All the while, actual rates of immigration are declining and the need for skilled migration is increasing if we're actually going to fix the housing crisis. I think it's absolutely terrible that you have disingenuous voices out there preying off of the concern and the legitimate stress and despair of working people over the state of housing.
Well, thank you so much, and a really interesting connection to the changing politics that we see in the voting patterns of Australians in areas of real disadvantage. And thanks also for reminding us of the gap that's between the people that your life, Elise, and yours too, Ms Skinner, in terms of precariousness of housing and the distance between Parliament and also people, developers and so on, and lobbyists, and people on the ground dealing with this every day. So really appreciate you bringing the evidence of working people and your anti-poverty network members to us this morning. Much appreciated, very important. And I'll just conclude by saying that in addition to your evidence, if you've agreed or want to offer any further responses and have asked some questions on notice, could you provide them within 2 weeks of you receiving the Hansard record of your evidence this morning? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you. Just suspend for a moment as we swap over witnesses. Thank you. Representatives from the South Australian Council of Social Service in person, we really appreciate you making the effort to come here. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Yep. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacities in which you appear today?
Catherine Earle, I'm CEO of SACOS.
Greg Ogle, Senior Policy Analyst at SACOS.
Nicole Chaplin, Chair of SACOS, but I also would like to admit I'm the CEO of St John's Youth Services, so we support young people experiencing homelessness.
Great, thank you for being here in those dual capacities, and thanks so much for SACOS. And now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. SACOS, the South Australian Council of Social Service, we are a peak body in South Australia for the non-government social services sector, but we have an overarching mission around ending poverty and disadvantage in South Australia, and that's why our members who come from the sector join SACOS, because they believe in our mission. The panel has already introduced itself, so I won't do that. But the other thing about SACOS that's important to note is we're part of a national network. So we represent and we look at the interests of South Australians, but there is a cause in every single state and territory, and of course there's one federally in our counterpart ACOS. So what we thought would be most useful today, given our focus, is to kind of, we very much endorse the submission made by ACOS, but we wanted to kind of highlight some of the issues that they presented in their submission from a South Australian perspective. So we really welcome the chance to give evidence in relation to the framing of this inquiry in relation to intergenerational housing inequality. But we really wanted to acknowledge up front that housing inequality is not just between the generations, but also within generations as well. So the ACOS submission provided some really good quality and deep data analysis around that. But, you know, we've got some work that we would like to table for the committee, which highlights some of these issues for South Australians. And I hope that the senators online will receive this because we have it in paper today.
Circulated.
Oh, wonderful. So I just wanted to speak very briefly to some of the issues that we've got in our briefing note. So the first table draws out the differences between aged pensioners in relation to income and housing costs, pointing both to intragenerational differences, principally between homeowners and renters, but also the desperate plight of pensioners who are facing the private rental market in South Australia. And we want to make sure that this important information isn't lost in the frame of this inquiry around intergenerational inequity. If you flip the page, the second table here does the same thing, but for young people who are surviving on very low rates of youth allowance. And there we see this issue of intergenerational inequality of income, because youth allowance is much lower than the pension, and you know, the sheer impossibility of facing the private rental market on that low income. So I think those two examples show that the rental market in South Australia is broken for people on low incomes, and particularly for the young people who are on extremely low incomes. And I'll invite you, Nicole, later to talk, you know, to this issue, because some of these young people that are in the data here are the same ones that come knocking on the door of her service when facing homelessness. On the rental market more generally, I wanted to comment on recent legislative changes to advance renter rights in South Australia, as has happened elsewhere. So in South Australia, we've fairly recently seen reforms that limit rent bidding. They increase renters' rights to own pets and have pets in their properties, improvements to housing standards and equipment, and most importantly, the prohibition of evictions without cause. And we now have a promise of portable rental bonds being introduced in South Australia as well. And these are really good reforms, and we've supported these, but they don't go to the issue of affordability for renters, at least on a week-to-week basis, that is. And none of these policies and reforms go to the issue of intergenerational inequity in our rental market. So SACOS has a position that we need to do more work in terms of rental reform, and that we would like to see the issue of affordability in the rental market addressed, and that there should be some form of limitation to rent increases in the form of a rent cap or some other policy in that area. We think we can do that without distorting the rental market, and we put forward a model that would allow landlords to only increase rent within an existing tenancy on the basis of CPI, and that we think then landlords can readjust to market when a tenancy finishes and a new tenancy begins. The other part of the housing picture that we're really hyper-focused on is that of public housing and social housing. The data sheet provides some basic data on public and community housing in South Australia, which continues to have the highest share of social housing in the country. We believe public housing matters. You just have to look at the contrast in the data here between the 70% of weekly income that an aged pensioner would have to spend to make a private rental payment in South Australia's south or western suburbs, and the more impossible figures for young people on youth allowance, to see the big difference it makes for someone to be in a public or social housing where their rent is capped at 25% of their income. That's a huge difference for people. But unfortunately, there's not enough public housing, and there's a very long wait list. So public housing also remains a residual service within our community, whereas we see that public and social housing could make a bigger impact in putting downward pressure on rents across the board. That was certainly the vision of our historic premiers Playford and Dunstan when the South Australian Housing Trust underpinned South Australia's development more broadly. And it's why we are so pleased to see our state government finally turn some of the figures around in relation to public housing. And last year we saw, for the first time in decades, the numbers of public housing actually slightly increase. We also find it really concerning that the state government's plan to build more public and social houses, actually their current plan drops off after 2027, and we think that it needs to be extended. So we'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the federal and state governments to increase the social housing supply, but we are asking the committee to recommend that more should be done. Finally, in terms of the committee's terms of reference to consider tax settings in relation to intergenerational housing equality, I would like to endorse ACOS's call for the swift passage of the proposed changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. When these reforms were announced, SACOS wrote to South Australian Labor MPs, federal MPs, to support the changes, and we suggested that these were a really important step forward in redressing the current tax imbalance and taxing capital income more in line with the taxation of wages, shifting investment from unproductive rent seeking to more productive initiatives across the economy, including building new houses, making it easier for first home buyers and those on low incomes to bid for homes without unfair competition from investors who receive tax subsidy, and that it would lessen pressure on government to balance tax subsidies to investors with supports for first homeowners, which simply fuel house price inflation. We also think it could raise revenue for government, which could be hopefully used for socially good purposes, such as building more public housing. And we stand by this. So we would like to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your submission and for your commentary and additional data. Can I just go to your additional data and make sure that I understand it correctly? You're talking about a cohort intergenerationally at the bottom of the income, people on benefits, and that there is even within that cohort, the bottom, say 30% or even smaller perhaps, there is a real difference for people on the age pension versus forms of youth allowance, and that is what that second table shows. So to make sure I understand it, if you're a pensioner, a private rental and you live alone, the gap between what you'll receive on your pension and what you'll pay for housing costs in a private rental market will leave you with about $200, when we've just heard from Elise how difficult it is to make that work. And we've heard also from Ms Skinner about the impact on your teeth and on your mental health. So massive impact even at that scale. But when we look at young people on youth allowance in a living alone away from home, you're looking at a negative between rent and income of $50 almost, and up to $85 if you're in a share house. How are young people surviving on that? What are your members telling you about what their lives are like?
I'm going to throw to Nicole on that one.
They are living in absolute poverty. The only way they can navigate the system, and we certainly support them to do that, is share housing. But we're talking 4 or 5 young people sharing a 3-bedroom house and trying to study and work at the same time. And, you know, if we all think back of what it was like to house share when we were young, like it, you know, it is complex, and the only way they normally work through it is with support from our sector to help them navigate. Because when young people experience homeless, for whatever reason, there's normally a severed connection with their family for whatever reason, which means they've not got that adult in their life to help them navigate. So that is really important, that the sector needs to step in and help them navigate those issues when you share. But I would also like to point out that they actually technically can't share in public housing in South Australia. 2 young people cannot go onto a lease. And I would like to point out that that's not a legislative... it's not legislative that 2 people can't go on the lease. It's also not anything to do with anything legal. It's actually about South Australian Housing Trust policy that 2 young people can't be on a lease. And lots of people argue, well, they don't need to be on a lease, but actually young people deserve the same rights as a tenant, but also have to have the same responsibilities that all tenants have. And I think the other element of young people being in accommodation is, in business sense, it actually doesn't make business sense. When you have a young person on such low income, actually, even when you put 4 of them in a property, if you could, in housing trust or community housing or social housing, the figures still don't add up to make it, for the young people, but probably just as importantly, housing has to be able to be maintained and the asset maintained, and young people actually can't pay enough to make that happen. So I think the biggest lever that the federal government could pull is around income. And I wasn't here for whatever the union said, but it isn't just for young people on Centrelink benefits. It's also for young people that are apprentices. Their income is not much more, like certainly their first year. And the other impact, young people are so casualised. Our workforce for young people is so casualised. You know, because they're at uni, they're studying, they want to get ahead, which means they take on casual work, which again is not a lot of income. So young people that access our service, my organisation pays for flatmates.com membership, so young people can search for a young person, for a suitable private rental, which is a share, like a room being rented out. And our service steps in and makes sure that they have an agreement that is a legal binding agreement, so that their rights are upheld, but also that young people learn the responsibility of being a tenant. Like, that is just as important. I would like to say that I'm very impressed with the Commonwealth budget announcement of the $6,000 to community housing providers for young people. I think that will...
For 4,000 places.
Yes, for 4,000 places. So I'm assuming that will improve it. But there is the stuff about, you know, and I'm not one of these people, but I would like to point out most adults don't like young people very much. It's just kind of a, you know, they smell a bit, they swear a lot, they hang out in places that we don't think they should. And so it is a risk. You know, adults struggle with having young people in their property. If you've got a choice between two young people and a working couple with a couple of children, for business reasons, who are you going to pick? So I think it's not a big enough... It's a start, but it's not a big enough lever to house more young people in social housing.
And I'll just add that what Nicole's talking about there is discrimination, and that young people face that in terms of applying for rentals. They're the last ones to be able to get a rental. And a lot of homelessness services tell us that while, you know, they might in theory be a transitional service to support young people, that they end up having to support young people for very long periods of time because there is nowhere to transition them to in the community. It's a real problem.
Yeah, at the moment, South Australian youth homelessness services are extremely clogged. No, because it actually, so pre-COVID, there was movement throughout the system where now, so we run the largest crisis accommodation service in South Australia, and it's meant to be a 3-month stay. Our average stay is now 6 months, which we mean we have young people stay a lot longer than that, and it's because we've got nowhere to exit them to, literally.
And so what's shifted? Is this is it post-COVID you're saying?
I think it's the housing crisis really lifting up. The affordability in South Australia is next, you know, is it 0.01 at the moment? Like the availability of private rentals isn't next to that. And then you add the income issues that young people just don't have enough. So they actually quite often end up staying in very unsafe places, Senator, so that they don't have to pay rent, but they always pay somehow. If it's not money, they're paying, you know, sadly paying something, which none of us in everyday life would even want to consider or think about, Senator.
So we've seen a shift within the population. We've seen growth in the population of people who are at risk or actually homeless.
Yeah.
We're seeing people in crisis accommodation for double the period that you expect, and we see more and more young people in that mix.
Yes, yeah, because I think last time I looked at the figures, Australia-wide, 40,000 young people experiencing homelessness, and in South Australia, 4,000. So, you know, that's big numbers. And young people are quite often quite invisible in that home because they are couch surfing, they are living in very overcrowded spaces, they're living in cars, they're sleeping during the day in car park stairwells and staying up all night so that they feel, because that's a way they feel safer if they're awake at night and sleep during the day. Because, of course, young people are more vulnerable than older adults that are sleeping rough.
I want to come back to the other issues you raised, but before we do, why in this wealthy city where citizens care about each other, that's our tradition, I assert, why are we allowing this to happen? How come we are in this situation? Why hasn't it been fixed?
Why hasn't it been? I actually don't think community really see it or want to see it. Even when there's tents circling our city, people just don't want to see it. And when young people, and it comes to a bit of, you know, there's blame that for some reason these people have gotten to this place on their own. And of course that's not the case. It's an absolute system issue. We have not got enough accommodation for the people that are living in South Australia today.
So thank you for your evidence. Can I come back to the table at the bottom of your second sheet today, where you explore and you welcome the recommitment to public housing? You know that it's a small increase the state government have undertaken to and have said they will do. Doesn't fix the 20,000 places we've lost, but looking ahead, and we've heard evidence in this inquiry that it's a 5-year timeline, really, from the moment you decide to build something to the moment someone walks into the building. What do we need to see here from the federal and state governments looking ahead?
So we think that the numbers of houses that are being delivered, in the last year and in this year, we're seeing a building program there that is, quite exciting. But you see after 2027, it's going to ramp down, the building program. So we would like to see that investment, once a building program has ramped, it should continue, because we're not going to see enough by then, essentially. Do you want to add to that?
I think just to keep pace with population growth, we need 350 to 400 new social houses each year. That's the par figure. So, what you're seeing in those figures in 25 and 26 is a real growth in public housing and then a real decay. So we will see a loss of houses proportionate to the population. And from South Australia, where we still lead the country courtesy of our Housing Trust legacy, but these figures are nowhere near keeping pace with population, much less starting to make a dent on the housing list that the Anti-Poverty Network people were talking about before. So we need population growth plus to start rebuilding the estate, and then it's another leap beyond that to start making an impact on the rental market and housing supply more broadly, and that to me is still the ultimate goal.
So the Productivity Commission's latest report on government services shows the wait list in South Australia for public housing is over 13,000 people, and we just had Elise who's been on the wait list for 22 years, other evidence of people who are there for decades. I just wanted to go to the Housing Australia Future Fund. Do you have any idea, and you might want to take this on notice, how many social and affordable houses you expect South Australia to get out of the HAF once the third round is finalised, and how do you think that's going to pan out?
I don't have that answer. Do you have anything?
No, I mean, talking to some of the community housing providers here, I think not all of them were in a position to bid for that third round, so some did, but it's been I think a complex funding mechanism for the social housing sector, and but yes, we'd have to take notice of the final figure.
Yeah, so what has been the feedback from social housing providers in South Australia? We have a number of them. Some of them are very small. I just think, do you want to make any comment about that as an institutional pathway to building housing?
One of the issues that I have heard, but we will certainly come back with some more detail, is that it's hard under this funding mechanism for smaller developments to occur, and certainly our housing providers in South Australia have smaller pools of capital, and so would be going for, would want to do smaller developments essentially. And it's my understanding that the funding mechanism it's easier to get funds through that if you're looking at much larger developments, which we just can't do with our providers in this state. So I think that benefits those bigger states where you have those larger providers with more capital.
So what would be your view then as SACOS, and with that perspective, on comparing the HAF kind of mechanism versus a direct investment through state government into direct build of public housing?
Well, we certainly support the state government doing that work, but I think there needs to be both, really. So we would like to see the federal funding mechanism to support smaller states and smaller providers also.
There's also been community housing providers had access to the Crisis and Transitional Fund, and some have taken that up in South Australia, specifically around youth accommodation, because that was actually a grant rather than a fund. The issue being that whenever you get money to build something for young people need support, so you need the wraparound dollars. So there's been a lot of advocacy to the state government for operational money to support young people when those developments get up and get running in probably 2028.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just note around social housing figures is we need to keep our eye on the definitions, because there's a tendency, at least in public statements around social housing, to include programs like shared equity or rent to buy programs, which are really important in their own right, and we would support them in terms of shifting people along the housing continuum and freeing up rental properties. So they're really important, but they're not what we mean by social housing in terms of the provision of public and community housing. And if those numbers start getting wrapped into social housing, or the language slips from social housing to affordable housing, they're different, they're aimed at different parts of the market, they're both important, but they're different, and we need to keep the focus, and we're still focused on public and community housing.
Public and community housing, because the income protection or reduction is so much more modest in an affordable housing definition. Is that what you're saying?
In the social housing. So affordable housing is set at a discount to the market rate. And what we hear from, the people that we talk to who are on low incomes is that is so far beyond their means that it's kind of, unfortunately, a joke that it's called affordable for low income people. It's actually only affordable for people who are, working people who probably are young professionals, for example. Then that's a good deal for them, because, they may be struggling with, deposits and things like that, but they can still service a mortgage. So, for example, the last time I checked, a one-bedroom apartment in Tonsley that was affordable was $550,000. Now, that is not affordable for someone on a welfare payment.
And we heard evidence from Unions SA that it's not affordable for a lot of working people either.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to you, Deputy Chair, Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you all for coming here today and giving evidence in what has been pretty comprehensive evidence this morning. I just want to go back to your briefing note, and in your briefing note, you do note that the first material increase in South Australia's public housing stock has increased stock this century, and you reference the Commonwealth investment through the Housing Australia Future Fund and the Social Housing Accelerator. And we've already touched on this a bit in the discussion, but I think it's important again to indicate how important sustained long-term investment in public and community housing is if governments are to actually address intergenerational equity.
Yes, well, we would agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Senator. We think that South Australia has a really important history around our public and social housing that we shouldn't forget. The way that it's played out in recent decades has been that public housing has become a very residual service that not many people can get access to. But we certainly think it plays a really important role in what we like to think about as the continuum of housing policies that we need. We hear a lot about supply policies to try and meet demand for builds in the market generally, but we want to make sure that we have, this is a really important part of the policy suite that we think, is absolutely necessary for low-income people. And if we did more of it, we would see it playing a role in the housing market more broadly. Did either of you want to add to that?
Just to note, I think we've been doing housing policy and this sort of advocacy for a while. 10 years ago, rebuilding public housing was just not on the agenda. It's really good to see the shift philosophically to where we are now. But in South Australia, the state Labor government came into office in 2022, promising to stop the sell-off of public housing and start to rebuild. It still took 3 years before we saw that increase. So 2025 Productivity Commission data was the first time we saw that increase, because that's the time lag, and trust me, I was checking every year when the data came out. But that was also facilitated by the Social Housing Accelerator, so federal money in there. So the combination is crucial, and we know it does take time, and that's why we're particularly concerned about the lack of future investment in our housing roadmap and what that will mean for South Australia. Because, as you said, this takes a long time and sustained investment over a period to start rebuilding that public housing estate.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And of course, the Australian government, since they've come in 2022, have implemented a number of housing initiatives aimed at all parts of the sector. And the National Housing Accord is the Commonwealth's flagship housing policy, which is looking to deliver 1.2 million homes. How do you think that's going? I mean, it's a target that the government's put in place. I suppose, do you think targets are worthwhile, and how do you think the Accord's going?
I'm not sure we can comment on that, Senator. Unfortunately, because of this division between ACOS and SACOS, we're quite focused on state issues. And the other thing I would mention is that South Australia, we don't have a housing peak body funded in South Australia. So SACOS is kind of in this space without any resources. So we've more focused on the public housing, because that's driven, a lot by the state. The renters with rental reforms, which is at a state level. But I'm not sure if there's anything in ACOS's work that we can draw from.
No, apart from, as I said before, just generally welcoming the government's federal and state attention on housing supply and the need to provide housing, and which, we might not agree with every policy, but at least it's a recognition of the crisis that we're in, and that's, the crisis was a long time in the making, and governments, state and federal, were slow to recognise that. So, yeah,
and certainly your question around targets, they're very important for advocates sitting outside of government. You heard from Greg, we often try to make sure we get access to publicly available data that tracks those targets, and that way we can keep governments accountable around their ambitions, in terms of the targets, because sometimes it can take longer, and we're really interested in being part of that debate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We're over time, but I just want to pursue a couple of things that you've said. You mentioned, I think, the Social Housing Accelerator. That was a $2 billion program, as I recollect, and as I looked through the South Australian projects funded on that, many of them were renovation and pulling back into the stock houses that had deteriorated in the previous 10 years. So it's definitely kind of remedial, isn't it? It isn't growing. I mean, it's definitely pulling houses into use, which is very, very important, and it was part of the negotiation around the HAF, just to make that point. But we really need to do a much more front-footed build going forward, don't we? When I look at those numbers in your table, and I look at the thousands of people on the wait list, many of them in extreme need, we need to have, do you agree, a much more concerted. You are welcoming the shift in direction. That's a good thing, but it's bricks and mortar, or however we choose to build these homes, that we need to be doing much more of. Is that your view?
Yes, we would certainly, we would like governments to be more ambitious around what we can deliver. We need more houses. I think the data that we've provided kind of really demonstrates that. So yeah, we'd be calling on the committee to have some recommendations around growing that ambition.
And
also, I'd say, because of that sort of play for Dunstan legacy, a lot of the South Australian housing stock was old and falling apart. So it made sense for the accelerator funding to go there because that was the quickest way to get housing back on. And there's still, we still have an ageing stock, but it's, as you say, it's not a substitute for the new builds. And, we don't have a problem if you knock down 10 existing old houses, but we want to make sure they're replaced not with 5 and not with 10, but with 20 or 30 public housing plus whatever else. So, yeah, we're mindful of the condition of the current stock, and that's an ongoing issue, but it's an add-on to the sort of broader long-term investment required.
And can I ask you to take on notice, or to answer now if you want to? You've made a strong advocacy argument around rental cap controlling rents. I'd like to understand what model you support and ask you for your view about the ACT model or any other international jurisdictions that you think are worth considering, because we are hearing a lot of evidence about that aspect. And any other aspects of the rental situation that also would benefit from tweaking or improving. For example, we've had evidence that evictions are still possible and difficult for many people to navigate and happen too frequently. So your recommendations on that would be welcome, unless you want to say further about those now.
Did you want to comment on that?
Just on the rent capping, so what we've supported, partly based on a report a couple of years ago from the McKell Institute, but they're generally regarded as the third generation of rent capping, so we're not talking sort of New York rent control properties which have problems in terms of slum landlordism. We're not talking about hard freezes. We're actually talking, as Catherine said before, about a limited cap that can then adjust to the market, and we think that's so if landlords could only increase existing tenancies by CPI, that at least guarantees their real return on investment, then because they're keeping up with CPI, and then it can adjust to the market in between tenancies, but it gives certainty for tenants. So that's the sort of model we're looking at. That has been practiced overseas. I think we should be able to get some short briefing note to you on that.
Thank you. I'd really appreciate that. Thanks so much for your submission and for your appearance today, and for the additional evidence we've heard on homelessness, which we really appreciate, and thanks for all your work in this space, despite the defunding of shelter and the shift of that burden to SACOS, a real loss. Okay, we'll now suspend for 15 minutes and come back after a cup of tea. So I now welcome representatives from the South Australian Alliance to End Homelessness and Hutt Street Centre. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. You have that, thank you. I really appreciate you being here. It's very important that we have your evidence, and I really I'm looking forward to hearing your answers to our queries and to your opening statements. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
Lauren Kilsby, General Manager of Advocacy for the Hutt Street Centre.
Chris Burns, Chief Executive Officer, Hutt Street Centre.
Peter Sanderman, Member of the Board of the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness and Chair of the South Australian Alliance.
And Duncan Bainbridge from the South Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. I'm a Social Impact Officer.
Great, thank you. I wonder if you would like to make some opening comments, a short opening statement. At the conclusion of your remarks, we'll go to questions.
Sure. Do we start? Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm presenting an inner city Adelaide perspective on intergenerational inequity in housing, informed by our 70 years of frontline experience supporting people experiencing homelessness. At its core, housing inequity is not simply about supply. It reflects a deeper intersection of structural disadvantage, systematic barriers, and unequal access to opportunity across generations. For many people, homelessness is not a one-off event. It is a result of a long-term and often overlapping disadvantage. We consistently see individuals who have been in state care, people exiting from prison, women escaping domestic and family violence, and older people with little or no superannuation. We also see the lasting impact of addiction and poor health, and the reality that homelessness itself accelerates physical and mental decline, often leading to a premature ageing and early death. Importantly, housing insecurity is often intergenerational. A childhood spent in rental housing frequently leads to a lifetime of housing instability. These personal realities are compounded by broader systemic pressures. Housing is increasingly unaffordable, income support payments remain inadequate, and the cost of living continues to rise. At the same time, there is a critical shortage of both public and private housing. The growth of short-term rentals is reducing availability further, while much of the nation's wealth is tied in property, deepening the inequality between those who own housing and those who do not. Australia has adopted a housing-first approach, prioritising stable housing as the first step to recovery. However, this approach depends on housing actually being available, and right now it simply isn't. In South Australia, commitments to allocate public housing to the homeless sector have fallen significantly short. This has created a bottleneck where people cannot transition out of homelessness because there is nowhere for them to go. At the same time, the private rental market is effectively inaccessible to those on income support. A person receiving job seeker can afford approximately $240 per week in rent. And there are no properties available at that price point. Even so-called affordable housing often requires an income level beyond what many people receiving support can sustain. As a result, social housing becomes the only viable pathway, but it is in critically short supply. In response, we have seen a growing reliance on crisis-based solutions such as emergency accommodation. And while these provide short-term relief, they do not address the root causes of homelessness, and they are not cost-effective in the long term. Intergenerational inequity is particularly stark for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. Many communities face entrenched poverty, overcrowding, and limited access to housing. These inequities are reflected in the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in homelessness services, including here in Adelaide. So what does this mean? It means that housing inequity is systemic. It is entrenched, and without sustained intervention, it will continue to deepen across generations. but the solutions are clear. We need a long-term, consistent increase in social housing supply. We need to ensure income support payments are adequate to live on. We must continue to invest in specialist homelessness services that provide the wraparound support that people need. And importantly, we must confront the systemic inequities, including those tied to intergenerational wealth and ongoing disadvantage faced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. In closing, this is not an unsolvable challenge, but it does require long-term commitment, beyond short-term political cycles, and a willingness to address both the immediate needs and the structural causes of housing inequity. Without that, we risk embedding disadvantage for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Burns, for your comments, which grow out of a deep experience at the Hutt Street Centre. Thank you.
So I'll make a very short statement. Duncan will fill in for me when I run out of puff. So essentially, the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness is there to advocate for and support local communities in ending homelessness. The Adelaide Zero project, where I was the inaugural co-chair, began in 2017, was aimed at bringing a whole host of agencies together, the Hutt Street Centre and other key providers, plus the police, plus health, plus education around the table. And we focused as a demonstration on the CBD and ending street homelessness. Now, this is an approach that comes out of an international experience from the Institute of Global Homelessness, where some of us saw what was happening internationally, came back to Adelaide and began the process of setting up a coalition of the willing to support this. So this was not a government intervention, it was the sector plus the key player being the Adelaide City Council. So working with the local government in a place-based approach is key to this. And I suppose we would call it a collective impact approach. So the idea is you get alignment between the key players and work together, build trust, build respect, and out of that you start using a common assessment process and share the information so that we know how many homeless people there are on a given night in a given area. And that's essentially the Advanced to Zero approach. Out of that, you build the by-name list, so you know that there is common shared information about who is homelessness and what they need, and the agencies then specialise in their different approaches. Since the Adelaide Zero project, the state government took up the model and created the homelessness alliances, and the best example of that is the Towards Home Alliance, which operates in Adelaide and the southern area of Adelaide. And they are a coalition of agencies that work together and then are able to specialise. So, for example, the Salvation Army is the agency that is the front door. So, by specialising and working together, you avoid the wastage that happens when agencies don't work together, and you actually have a common approach to supporting people, and the person who is being supported know who their caseworker is, they know who the agency is that is supporting them, and you advocate strongly together with the the housing agencies who support you. Chris talked about the falling away of public housing. What has happened with the machinery of government change, homelessness has been moved away from housing in the South Australian government. When the Minister for Housing was responsible for homelessness, we did have a bit more pull in terms of getting the Housing Trust to supply public housing, as well as the community housing sector. Since that separation, homelessness is no longer the responsibility of the Housing Trust, and that has caused them to perhaps perhaps have other priorities than the street homeless people. And so agencies like Chris's see the outcome of that change in government arrangements. It's an unintended consequence, but it's pretty obvious why that has happened. So the by name list is really important in terms of agencies then using a common triage tool, the Australian Homelessness Vulnerability Triage Tool, bit of a mouthful. We use that so that there's a common assessment of homeless people, and we're then able to triage, and there's a priority setting that happens because of that. It's important though that this is place-based, so we now have in Adelaide, we have the southern suburbs, the city of Onkaparinga, and the Port Adelaide Enfield Council and Salisbury are starting to nibble. So we're developing not only the Adelaide Zero project, but 3 more Zero projects. The Australian Alliance supports some 30 local community Zero projects, and that allows agencies to work together to advocate strongly and to arrange the supports around the people to make sure they actually are able to access housing. A key issue is transitional accommodation.
I'm going to interrupt you and ask you to... I know senators will have questions, but if you... I'm just conscious of the time.
So I'll just finish on that.
Thank you.
Transitional accommodation is really important, and the Aspire program, which Hutt Street run, is a really good example of how to support people into accommodation and make sure their tenancy is successful.
Thank you. And thanks for all of that and for your ongoing work. Did you want to add something, Mr. Bainbridge?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Duncan Bainbridge. I'm an Impact Support Officer with the South Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. I begin by briefly explaining who the Alliance to End Homelessness is and sharing my lived experience of homelessness and highlighting why lived experience perspectives are essential to understanding intergenerational housing inequity. The Australian Alliance to End Homelessness is Australia's national systems change organisation dedicated to ending homelessness, as Peter mentioned. Through collective impact, housing first principles, shared data and the Advance to Zero framework, we work with communities, governments, services and people with lived experience to make homelessness rare, brief and non-reoccurring. One of the most significant achievements of the Alliance has been its commitment to ensuring that people with lived experience are partners in designing and implementing solutions. This is important because homelessness is not simply a policy challenge or a housing challenge, it's a human challenge and a political choice. People who have experienced homelessness often see barriers, system failures and opportunities for change that are not always visible within institutions. My own contribution to this work is informed by my own lived experience. I began my adult life as a soldier, served as an infantry officer in the Australian and British armies and saw operational service in Cambodia, Northern Ireland and Kosovo. I've mixed the pages up. I then built a successful career as a communications professional across architecture, health, local government, advocacy and community sectors. From the outside, my life appeared successful, but what people could not see was the cumulative toll of my time in the army and raging undiagnosed PTSD. Over time, the combination of unemployment, deteriorating mental health, alcohol dependence and housing stress saw my life begin to unravel. I lost everything I'd worked so hard to build. I drank myself unemployable, out of my marriage and eventually became homelessness. My experience of homelessness included living in hotels, couch surfing, boarding houses and periods of rough sleeping. At one point I was sleeping less than 100 metres from the house I used to own with my wife. That experience has taught me something which is incredibly important. Homelessness is rarely the result of a single event. It's usually an outcome of multiple pressures that accumulate over time. Eventually, I had a very brief moment of clarity and I realised that if I did not do something about my situation, the outcome would likely to be fatal. I wanted to live, and to do that, I wanted to stop drinking. I finally reached out to Open Arms, who got me a white card, connected me with an exceptional GP, and provided me the support that ultimately changed my life. I entered rehab at Visual Recovery on South Terrace and was connected with John, a caseworker from the Hutt Street Centre. John gave me what had been missing from my life for a long time. He gave me hope. He showed me genuine care, maintained contact with me, and even kept me supplied with books during my time in rehab. Looking back, what I experienced was connectedness in action. The system was beginning to work as it should. After 4 months in rehab where I got sober, I was accepted in the Andrew Russell Veterans Living Transitional Housing Program, which is operated by RSL Care SA. During that time, I was assisted by an ex-Air Force NCO dog handler who was my open arms peer support worker, while John continued working behind the scenes to secure long-term housing for me through Housing Choices in South Australia. I moved from being homeless to being homed. I've now been in that home for 6 years, and that stability has changed everything. Housing gave me the foundation and sobriety the ability to rebuild. Together they've enabled me to reconnect with my community, engage in grassroots advocacy through the Anti-Poverty Network, return to employment, and ultimately take on my current role with the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. My story is not unique. Thousands of Australians experience similar challenges every year. What my story demonstrates is that homelessness is rarely caused by one problem, and recovery is rarely achieved through one service or intervention. Today I use my lived experience to advocate for systems change and amplify the voices of those who are often unheard. My recovery has been made possible by my desire to live, by multiple people, organisations working together towards a common goal, which is helping to rebuild my life. Open Arms, my GP, Visible Recovery, Hutt Street, Arville, Housing Choices, peer support and advocates have all played a role. My life today shows that what works is when systems are aligned, when organisations collaborate, and when people are treated with dignity and hope and is matched with practical support. I'm here today because those people and organisations aligned, connected and collaborated to give me a second chance. That is what collective impact is in action, and it's also why lived experience matters. People who've experienced homelessness understand how housing insecurity, poverty, trauma, health challenges, unemployment and fragmented systems interact in the real world. We understand that housing equity is not only about who can afford to buy a home, it's also about access to safe, secure, affordable housing. For me, intergenerational housing inequity is not simply about wealth transfer. It's about the transfer of opportunity and disadvantage across generations. As Chris mentioned, children who grow up in stable housing are more likely to experience positive outcomes in health, education, employment and societal engagement, whilst those who grow up experience housing insecurity or homelessness often face barriers that persist throughout their lives. This is why reducing homelessness and increasing the supply of social and supported housing are among the most important steps that government can take to address intergenerational housing inequity. I'm alive today because people and organisations work together to give me a second chance, and that reflects what can be achieved when individuals have stability, dignity and support. And my work now is dedicated to ensuring that others have the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bainbridge. Thank you, all of you, for bringing a very deep experience to this committee. And Mr Bainbridge, your experience, as you said, is not unique, but you have the one who has brought your story to us today, so thank you for that. We were just talking in the break about how powerful and important it is that the Parliament hears what it's like on the ground, and perhaps one of the reasons, and I'd like to hear your perspectives on this, one of the reasons we find ourselves in this very wealthy country, in this wealthy town, with its long heritage of public housing provision and caring for its citizens, why we find ourselves in our efforts. We are people, you could knock on the doors of any business in this city and they would open their doors to you, your respected leaders, and yet here we are with a rising crisis of homelessness. I walked past Hutt Street last night. We don't see young people sleeping at the front of Hutt Street, but we see a lot of people in their sleeping bag, and just down the road quite an aggregation of people in the parklands. We see, and we don't see many women there, but we do see a lot of young people. Why? I'd just like to hear your reflections on why we sit here in this place with this problem which is becoming worse. What explains that failure for us as a society?
Part of the failure, if you look at the supply of public housing in South Australia, we did have a proud record, but over the last 20 years, some 20,000 houses were sold. Now, they weren't sold to be replaced and upgraded with new housing, largely. They were sold to keep the lights on in the Housing Trust. So this was a policy of State Treasury under both Labor and Liberal governments, and it's only changed in the last couple of governments. The last Liberal government slowed the sale of properties, which previously was something like 430 per year, and the Labor government has stopped the sale of the properties completely and is starting to rebuild the stock. But we're a long way behind. And coincidentally, the waiting list in the Housing Trust is something like 20,000. So the once proud tradition, as you've reflected on, of having substantial public housing is having to be rebuilt from scratch.
And Mr Burns, what's your reflection on why we are here?
Peter very accurately described the housing crisis, but what compounds the housing crisis is the cost of living crisis. And we often say that the cost of living crisis is causing people to become homeless. They simply cannot afford their rent, the groceries, all their costs. That forces them out of their accommodation. And then the lack of housing for them to move back into is reducing. The lack is increasing. So we have a compound effect of a rising cost of living that's forcing more and more people. To give you some data, in the last 4 years, we have experienced a 42% growth in demand for services in our wellbeing centre. What truly concerns us is in that same period we've had a 77% increase in females accessing our services. And so it is a younger demographic coming through. It's the professional poor, it's single mothers, it's young people who are on casual or part-time employment who were just scratching to pay the rent and now can't afford it. Cost of living crisis forces them out of their housing. And once they lose their accommodation and they lose their rental, it's very, very hard to get back in. They lose their reference, their physical health declines, that compounds their mental health, their ability to retain employment reduces, the capacity to link back up with family and friends reduces, and it becomes a downward spiral. And if the housing isn't there to move them onto, it becomes an even worse situation. So it's that combination of the cost of living and the housing crisis. And for organisations like us, the cost of living crisis impacts as well, because the cost of doing business goes up. And in charities like ours, again, we rely heavily on donations and the support of the general public. And in a cost of living crisis, that diminishes, and so you have a three-way pressure that's applying itself there. So
Costs up, donations down, and demand up.
And no housing to go out of.
And government funding hasn't increased with the demand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And part of that as well was the actual policies set around helping homelessness in South Australia, and I'm guessing it would be similar across the board around Australia. They're all based on a housing first model. So if the policy structure is set for us as organisations who are contracted by government or others to get people out of homelessness, is a housing first policy, and there is no houses. People are just getting more complex. The longer they're on the streets, as Chris talked about, the more people are self-medicating. The issues get more and more complex. The harder it is to actually get them, once they get a home, is to keep them in a home. So you hear lots of talk about housing trust, bad neighbours. That's a system, I guess to me that is a symptom of the fact that it's taken us that long to get people into houses. They're not in good states when we get them home. So when Peter talked about our Aspire program, that is a program that stays from a case management with people for up to 3 years once they've even got a house. So we're ensuring that they can keep that house as well. And there's probably not enough programs like that across the country to help those in public housing to stay in public housing.
Yes, so that then results in what we would term the churn of people not having successful tenancies, falling back into homelessness, and it's a downward spiral. So having Housing First isn't just housing, it's housing and services provided together so that the tenancy can be successful. Just one small piece of information, that is the definition of affordable housing, 75% or less of market rate, is now completely unaffordable for the vast majority, not only of people on benefit, but people young professionals, people in employment. They just simply can't afford an affordable house.
We've heard evidence to that effect, so it's important for us to accumulate that through different services and experience. So thank you for that. Before I hand over to Senator Mulholland, can I just ask you what you're sending a strong message about? We know what is needed in terms of the nature of service. It's multiple wraparound. It's not just the roof over the head. And your experience, Mr. Bramage, is very eloquent on that front. Clearly a stronger, huge, much larger investment in public housing. Are there any other particular recommendations you have, or are they your top ones? And feel free to just say that's what's essential.
I'll talk about this. The Aspire program is, and I can praise it because I don't work there, the Aspire program began as a social impact bond, and that has demonstrated quite convincingly that providing long-term case management to people in tenancies who actually do get a house, but they are enabled to stay there and their tenancy works really well. One difference I'd like to suggest is important, and that is the provider of those services, that case management service, is not the housing provider. Yeah. So there isn't a kind of unintended consequence of a housing provider providing transitional accommodation, hanging on to people who are successful tenants, and that clogs up the system. Whereas the provision of support enabling people to move out of a transitional arrangement into long-term housing is really important. At the moment, lack of housing tends to clog up the system, but the transitional service should be provided by somebody like Hutt Street or the Towards Home Alliance, supporting people to have a successful tenancy, but not the actual housing provider themselves. So that conflict of interest is a minor but fairly important part of the puzzle.
Thank you. If I can come to you, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses for your evidence today, and particularly to Mr. Bainbridge for sharing your personal story. We appreciate your courage in speaking with us today. Together, your organisations have a wealth of experience working in supporting people experiencing homelessness. Obviously, the Hutt Street Centre, you've been operating for over 70 years. Can you draw on that expertise from both of your organisational lenses about what you see as the drivers of intergenerational homelessness over that time that your organisations have been working and supporting people in and around Adelaide?
You go. Duncan mentioned this, and that is the intergenerational poverty. The sins of the mothers and fathers are visited on the children and grandchildren. So the trauma of homelessness and uncertainty has an impact that is actually reflected in the responses of that child to their environment. So poverty isn't just financial, it becomes how you relate to the world. And housing stability is, of course, a really important part of children growing up in a secure environment. And so if that doesn't happen, then those children are much more likely not to finish school. And we know education to year 12 or equivalent is about the best predictor of well adjustment into adulthood and a successful life in whatever you want to do. And so falling out of education because of family instability caused by homelessness or housing instability is a fundamental part of why it's intergenerational. And that's happened in my own family with my elder brother, his behaviour impacting on his children and that impacting on the grandchildren. And so, you know, that's a live example of what happens when you don't actually have secure family life, which is based largely upon having a family home and secure employment and income.
We use a term called home fullness, which isn't a word, but we made it up. But homefulness says that just putting a roof over someone's head doesn't end their homelessness. That roof will only become their home when they call it home. And they will only call it home when they feel secure under that roof and want to stay there and want to live out their life there. And they'll only feel that when they have a community around them that supports them, that they are a part of, and indeed that they are contributing back to. And so that says that it's more than just a roof, it's about a whole of community. And just putting people collectively in one location in social housing and saying, there you go, we've ended your homelessness, you're right, doesn't work. It has to be a whole of community. People have to feel that they're part of that community, that they're contributing, that they have employment, that they're reunited with family and friends. And over time, we've seen that break down. Families break down, communities are breaking down, but we're not getting that willingness to integrate people who have experienced homelessness back into the community. So it's more than just housing, it's that wrapping around of all the services to achieve home fullness.
We heard from some other witnesses when we were in Brisbane about the need for supported accommodation, and one of the models that has been in existence in Brisbane, and I know there are other models across the country, the sort of the common ground model as well of having that type of supported accommodation on site, people who are there to provide all sorts of various support services. Do you have similar services like that in Adelaide? Similar models?
We have a common ground model here. There is a difference, however, between the way common ground is supposed to work and sometimes how it works. And it's an example of a transitional accommodation model. There's no compulsory leaving a common ground, but that it is encouraged so that people stabilise and then are able to move into other forms of accommodation. Lack of housing is a big problem for that. But what can happen is that the funding incentive is such that rather than having a throughput of clients, sometimes there's an incentive to keep your more successful tenants who are less trouble and have had a lot of input, and they stay put, and there then isn't the throughput that's supposed to happen in a common ground. And that's part of the reason I think that transitional accommodation needs a complete rethink in Australia, so that there is a genuine throughput into public housing, social housing, and in fact private tenancies as well. One of the best examples I've seen is in the Northern Territory, where a program is run by Anglicare NT, which provides 12 public houses for Aboriginal people, the long grass people, to actually get used to living in a suburban house, and all the rules, written and unwritten, that you have to learn. Same thing applies in general homelessness. When people have actually gone into homelessness, sometimes they have to relearn how to live with other people in a suburb, how to work with neighbours, how to work with housemates. And so that kind of rehabilitation that Duncan was describing is really important. He's one of the very fortunate ones who managed to progress through the system very successfully. But you'll notice there are all sorts of points in Duncan's situation where he could have fallen out again. After rehab, if there wasn't a place for him in the veterans' place, he would have been back on the street, and that circle would have started again.
In terms of that program, the Andrew Russell Veterans Living Program, which is run by RSL Care, that operates on the housing first principles, adapted for veterans basically. There are 12 units at Sturt and the average stay is 3 months, and people are cycled through into community housing, back into the private rental market, back to their own homes. I was there for 4 months. It provided the structure and stability for me and getting used to actually paying utility bills and having that, and actually having the success of closing the door and knowing that I was inside my own safe accommodation. It's only a bed sit, but it's yours. And then I was there for 4 months, and then through the support of Hutt Street with John, who was my caseworker, who stayed with me all through from before rehab, connected with me, and then saw me into Housing Choices, which is next door to Common Ground in Adelaide. So but as Peter identified, there were spaces in that continuum that I could have fallen completely through, you know, if I didn't have Arval directly after rehab. I would have gone into hotel, and it could have ended up very nastily.
Thank you very much for that. I know that we're under a bit of time pressure, Chair, so I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Mulholland. I just want to make sure that
it's Carol here. Carol Brown. Hi,
sorry,
everyone.
Carol.
I just wanted to follow up on Senator Mulholland's question and just get a quick understanding the difference between the Common Ground model and the Aspire model. So is the Aspire model, does that have the throughput? Is that the only difference?
No. Common Ground, the provider provides the accommodation and the support, all wrapped up into one. The pure Common Ground model actually has people who are homeless living in the same building, about 50% people who are in employment who haven't been homeless. So there is the hope that there's some kind of cross-fertilisation. Many Common Ground now actually are 100% homeless. So it's different from the original New York model. The Aspire program provides the support into the housing provided by somebody else. So it may be public housing, it may be a community housing provider, but there's specialists, a bit like John from Hutt Street was providing support to Duncan, and I suspect behind the scenes was doing an awful lot of coordination to make sure that everything fell into place for Duncan.
Yeah, he worked very hard for me with Housing Choices to get me my tenancy, and I've been there for 6 years on the 6th of August.
How long have you been with Hutt Street?
It's modelled after a very intensive case management program, Aspire. So we stay with them not just through housing, but through helping them reconnect with families, through employment opportunities, through all sorts, health. So it's very intensive case management for up to 3 years.
Okay. Thanks for that explanation.
And it works in a similar way the disability sector works, where you separate the provision of life domains. So you don't have the same people providing accommodation and providing your support, because certainly in the disability sector in the old days, that would lead to too much control.
Yeah. And how's it funded?
It was originally funded by a 7-year social impact bond, and now we're getting year-on-year funding from state government. So each year we put up a business case to get state government funding. The principle of the social impact bond is it demonstrated that by looking after people and keep them in their tenancy, we keep people out of the health system, out of the correction system and out of emergency accommodation. So in broad figures, the social impact bond cost the state government $21 million. We were able to demonstrate that over the 7 years we saved the state government $42 million by keeping them out of those systems.
Yeah, so 27% drop in bed days in the health system, a 53% drop in convictions and re-entering the criminal justice system, and a 65% drop in social housing attendance and an increase in the personal wellbeing index. The problem is the correction system, the health system and the housing system are all underwater. So it's not a realisable saving in Treasury terms. So Treasury says, thank you very much, that's very interesting, but you haven't realised any saving that we can take out of these budgets and give to you. And that's the weakness in this, and that's why we need absolutely separate funding targeting homelessness, transitional accommodation, etc.
And just sort of a question on notice, I suppose. The chair asked earlier around what would basically recommendations you would like to see out of this inquiry, and you did talk to some of those recommendations, but I just thought whether you would just take that question away and provide us with some more information.
Yeah, happy to. Yep.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just want to follow you up there. You mentioned, Mr Burns, First Nations people, and I don't want you to leave the room without telling us a little of your experience and what needs to happen there as well.
So the cultural sensitivity is there, that we have to be aware of their cultural issues and care for them in that cultural environment. Currently, we are 25 to 28% of the clients we see every day are Indigenous community, and we have to be prepared to provide services that support them culturally, including housing. And just providing them a normal house is not what they actually want. We need to be able to adjust and provide specialist housing, specialist services to make sure that we look after them better.
So clearly a really important and growing part of your clientele or the people you're working with, or clearly very significant, over a quarter?
Significant. Interestingly, not as growing as much as other areas. One area we haven't touched on, but I just quickly did want to flag, is we've had an extraordinary number of growth in disability clients. I think from memory, one of the last years, I think we had something like almost 76% of people walking through the door self-identified with a type of disability. To the point where we're now having to find funding sources through donors to pay for NDIS assessment, brain injury scans and the like. So it's opened up a whole new world in that area.
So the Aboriginal visitors, if I can try and draw a distinction between Aboriginal visitors who are here on a temporary basis from the lands and people who are here on a more permanent basis who are homeless. And the responses have to be a little different for both of those groups. And certainly we're not doing well for either of those groups.
Exactly.
Well, look, thank you. We are over time. I want to thank you very much for bringing all of your depth of experience to us. It's incredibly helpful to us as a committee. You've taken some questions on notice. If you're able to get them back to us within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard, we would really appreciate it. But we really are very grateful for every piece of evidence you've brought before us, and wish you the best in your ongoing work. How are we going? We'll have a short suspension as we reorganise the table. How are we going? We are good? Okay, terrific.
Just so you're aware, Chair.
Yep. Great. So we've got till probably 12:15, half an hour.
That's right, we've got
15.
Or if we go further, we go further.
Pardon? If we go further, we go further. Okay, thank you. So, I now welcome Mr. Sebastian Munoz Najar. Have I pronounced your surname correctly? Thank you. In person, and we really appreciate you coming to us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you just tell us your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is Sebastian Munoz Najar Leverton. I'm here as an individual providing evidence to the committee.
Representing yourself. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say to start off with? Seb, if I can invite you if there's a comment you'd like to make. And can I also make you aware that we've got the Deputy Chair, Senator Carol Brown, online. She's in Hobart today. And Senator Corrine Mulholland, who's in Brisbane today. Not everyone can travel for these events, but those two senators are online. They'll have questions after me. But we want you to feel comfortable. We're really keen to hear your evidence. We have your submission, so please feel free to lead off with your opening statement.
Can I just make my introduction?
Sure.
Good morning. My name is Sebastian. I'm 13 years old and I live in Adelaide. I'm pretty much a normal kid. I go to school, I do homework, I hang out with my friends, and like many other kids my age, I have dreams for my future. I want to go to university, I want to travel and see the world, I want a job I enjoy getting up for every day, and I want my own home. Maybe one day I'd like to have a family of my own. I want to feel safe and happy and not spend my whole life worrying about where I'm going to live. Generations before mine grew up in Australia where that kind of life was possible for most people. I think that it should still be possible for me and peers of my generation. But earlier this year, I got worried about what the housing situation was going to mean for my generation. I did the maths and I worked out that if long-term averages continued, I'd be 40 by the time I could own a house. But by then a home in Adelaide would cost nearly $5.5 million. What the numbers showed me was a stark reality where I could never afford a home. So in March I started a petition called Home is a Right. The main things I was asking it for in the petition were limiting negative gearing to just one investment property per person and scrapping capital gains tax discount for investors who own multiple properties. I didn't know what to expect, but as of today, nearly 22,000 people have signed it. More than 210 people have left comments, and 650 people donated close to $7,000 to amplify it. That was a bit overwhelming, but it told me that I wasn't the only person concerned about this issue. One comment that really stuck with me was from a young person named Ariel who wrote the following comment. I care about this because I'm around Sebastian's age and feel very grateful that he did the calculations for our generation and figured out what will happen to housing prices in the future. I want to own a property cozy enough to fit my family and raise them safely, but at the rate we're going, I'm concerned. I believe you can be our voice when we don't know how to speak for ourselves. That's why I'm here. A lot of young people feel this way but don't yet have a way to say it. My petition and the media support that it has generated has provided me the opportunity to be that voice for the young people. So in April, I took the petition one step further and made a formal submission to the Select Committee inquiring into intergenerational housing inequity. My submission included 8 recommendations, which I'll briefly summarise. 1, that the Australian Parliament should pass a National Human Rights Act that clearly includes the right to a safe and adequate home, that negative gearing should be limited to just one investment property per person, not unlimited. The capital gains tax discount for residential investment properties should be cut from 50 to 25%. The money saved from recommendations 2 and 3 should go directly towards building social and affordable housing. That every politician should have to publicly declare if they have a conflict of interest before voting on any laws about housing. That the Australian government should set a target that at least 30% of all new housing developments, all new large housing developments are social or affordable homes. The committee should recommend that the South Australian government pass its own Human Rights Act that includes the right to adequate housing, and that the committee should recommend setting up a permanent housing advisory group made up of young Australians so that we always have a voice in these decisions. I believe these recommendations are what can bring back the Australian dream of owning a home, a dream that right now seems unattainable for many, and in particular younger generations. I'm really grateful for the chance to speak to the committee today. The support that my petition has received shows that thousands of Australians, young people especially, are genuinely worried about the future of housing in this country. I hope that the evidence I can provide today helps the committee take meaningful action on the recommendations I've outlined, and I would like to table the 22,000 signatories and the 210 comments as part of my evidence.
Right. Thank you. Is that you're done? Thank you. I'd really be very, would welcome the petition and the comments that so many people have provided to you. If you were going to summarise, I think this may be an impossible question, but what do you, when you read those comments, what do you think are the main messages coming out of you've clearly said people are thanking you for coming forward. Are there anything else that sort of drops out as clear messages when you read them through?
Well, the main common theme throughout the comments is generational despair. Like a widespread loss of hope among a generation, like a widespread loss of hope that they'll be able to achieve what previous generations did.
Well, that's very sad to hear. I must say, it is the evidence we have been receiving has been very disturbing around homelessness and about the circumstances in which coming generations find themselves as they approach home ownership. But I must say that despair message that you bring to us is very disturbing, but very important for you to put before this committee. You mentioned now over 22,000 signatures. You'll be aware that Adelaide is now, in fact it's in your submission, amongst the most unaffordable cities on the planet. And thank you for your submission. Very comprehensive, very well constructed, and in clear agreement with a lot of evidence before us. So what we are hearing from you in your 8 recommendations, you have some unique recommendations which I'm very keen to explore, but you are on very shared ground with many other submitters. It's really important we hear from young people. Why did you start the petition?
I started the petition mainly because I was concerned about future housing affordability and stability for me and the rest of my generation.
Mm-hmm. And when I look at your recommendations, you talk about establishing a human right, housing as a human right, changes in the tax system, there have been steps in that direction since you began your petition, and a very strong commitment, a push for bigger investment in social and housing investment. I wanted to go to your 5th recommendation, that every politician should declare their position. How do you see that connection between people who sit in Parliament or on this side of the table at an inquiry like this and our material circumstances, what we own? How do you see that as affecting the way we create policy?
Well, I think every person has their own motivations for their actions, and people's circumstances will affect their decisions. I'm not willing to wager that a group of people would vote for something that negatively affects them, and that's one of the reasons that I would recommend a conflict of interest declaration.
Mm-hmm. I find this really interesting. I'm watching, as you perhaps have been in recent times, the reaction to the changes in the capital gains tax discount and the negative gearing changes, and the financial press and many developers and others in the financial community who are probably have a vested interest in as much as they own their own home at least. Many of them have been very worried, presenting themselves publicly as worried about any fall in the price of housing. There hasn't been the same voice for young people about what, having watched houses increase in this city by 400% in the last 25 years. What's the perspective that you have about that possibility that house prices might fall?
Well, I think that, like you said, an increase of 400% over the past 20 years is not going to be heavily affected by like a slight fall or people moving out of investing. And I think that to the people that are concerned about prices falling, prices have been rising so dramatically and so quickly recently that I don't really understand why anyone would be concerned about them falling. I just don't see any drastic change, like reversing the effects of the past 20 years of prices increasing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And just before I hand over to, I think, Senator Mulholland, what's your perspective about the bank of mum and dad being an increasingly important source of support for some young people who can find their way to get that support, much more likely, the data tells us, to find their way into secure housing. What's your thinking about that and what that means for young people differentially? Yeah.
Well, concerning mum and dad investors, I'm not against people owning investment properties. I'm only...
Sorry, I didn't mean that one.
Sorry.
I meant... Let me just clarify. I'm sorry I haven't been clear. Not you, it's me. I'm talking about the phenomena where if you've got wealthy parents or even middle-class parents, they perhaps can lend you $5,000, maybe more, to help you get that deposit together, whereas people in other lower-income homes don't have that support from their mum and dad. So we've had evidence telling us that will widen inequality. The people who can get that help might get ahead. People who don't, now, generation to generation, fall further behind. That's what I was trying to get at. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a response for
No,
that.
no worries. That's great. Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and a big welcome to you, Sebastian. Thank you very much for joining us. So I was very impressed to read your submission and very impressed to have a look at your petition. So at 13, you've started out on this campaign, you've created a website, you've made a submission to a Senate inquiry, you're appearing before a Senate inquiry today, which is impressive. What is the one thing that you think that government and policy makers need to know about how young people are feeling right now about housing?
I think that government and policymakers should understand that young people are knowledgeable of this issue, are concerned about this issue, and will take action if no action is taken on this issue.
And I was reading on your petition on your website that says, you're obviously pretty good with numbers, that by the time you're 40, if prices keep rising in Adelaide for homes, the average price for a house would be $5.5 million. What do you think that means to someone like you who's going to be finishing up high school and thinking about university and going, to work. What does that, what does that prospect mean to someone like you?
The prospect of it, like prices skyrocketing and being so...
Yeah. Does it mean that you'd ever, at that price, would you ever be able to get into a home of your own?
Well, yeah, if prices do continue according to current trends and increase to $5.5 million by the time I am 40, that means just complete and total unaffordability, like, across the board. I don't really have any way of describing it apart from if I hadn't like saved or gained significant amount of wealth between now and then, I don't see any chance of me getting into the housing market.
And and when you talk to your friends, and you're all talking about what your plans might be after school, are your friends saying to you, that they're in a similar situation? My house, they might be living with mum and dad for a long time, or thinking about whether or not they can share house or rent. What are the conversations you're having with your friends at the moment about when they think about the prospect of leaving school and trying to get into the house market as well?
Well, one of the most common comments I hear from my peers is that they believe that they will never be able to afford a house. Like, simply that they don't believe that they will ever gain enough wealth to get into the housing market as in the state that it is now.
And in your submission, you've made eight recommendations. What if you had to pick one or two as your top one or two that, if we as a committee were to consider as part of our recommendations to government, what are your top one or two recommendations that you think we need to sit up and take notice of?
I think my top two recommendations would be the ones most similar to what I was calling for in the petition, that negative gearing should be limited to just one investment property per person, and that the capital gains tax discount for residential investment properties should be cut from 50% to 25%.
Thank you for that. My last comment will just be that Adelaide and South Australia has given us the youngest ever senator in Senator Charlotte Walker, who was elected at 21. You might just beat her if you keep on this trajectory. So you might watch out, Charlotte Walker. You might be hot on her heels as well. So my message to you, Sebastian, is keep going with your advocacy. You're a very impressive young man, and we've got a 22-year-old senator that sits with Senator Pocock and Senator Brown and I in the Senate chamber, and you could just as well one day as well, if you were interested. Thank you. No worries.
Totally support what Senator Mulholland is saying there. It's a wonderful thing you've done, and it's really helpful to us as a committee to bring that perspective of your generation into this. It's a rare thing. Senate committees are, for many people, really scary. I remember when I first appeared at one, my legs shook a lot. I was very grateful for a chair. So it's very important that you represent not only your own perspective, but you're bringing the perspective of your peers, which is very important. And on that front, one of your recommendations is for a Young Australians Housing Advisory Panel.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
You're choking on the water, you're right. Is for the Young Australian Advisory Panel. And I thought that was a really interesting proposal. How do you think that kind of advisory panel on the question of housing would help policymakers and governments?
I think it would help because it allows, it doesn't mean that a voice like mine, someone who's worked and created a petition and come up here to be there constantly, it would just provide a voice for young people in the Senate and during decision-making processes that I don't really see commonly. Like you said, the youngest senator is 22 as of now, so and people under 18 cannot vote. So people below 20 really don't have much of a voice in decision making right now, even though we are a large portion of the population. And I just think that this kind of advisory group would assist in that.
I think it would too. I wonder what your thoughts are about your peers and your people alongside you at school and so on, when they feel that hopelessness and despair about owning their own homes and having the kind of deal that previous generations have had more access to. Do you think it causes them to kind of give up on politics and politicians? What's the impact on their sort of interest in politics, do you think?
Interest in going into politics?
No, in the whole world of politics, reading about it, knowing about it, having opinions, paying attention. Is there a price we pay in terms of people disengaging amongst your peers?
Well, I have heard common themes and of dissatisfaction with inaction from government. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I do think so. That it might affect people's engagement with the political world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. At the end of your comprehensive submission, you pose us a challenge as a committee, and a challenge really to the government and to the Parliament more broadly, where you say, for you as a generation, you want to stop the finish line on housing running away from your generation. It's just becoming increasingly difficult when you apply your mathematical calculation to the years ahead. A $5 million house in Adelaide is on the horizon. I think that's a very important challenge. Is there anything more you'd like to say about what you want the government to do on this front?
I just want the government to make sure that every generation has equal opportunity and equal capacity to own their own home and have their own place to live securely.
Mm-hmm. That's very clear in your recommendation. You also talk, and it's clear you've done research about these issues, that you would like to see us set targets, a bit like the Vienna circumstance, that the Vienna model social housing targets is something you would recommend. You recommend a national social housing target of 30% or more for social and affordable housing in all major new residential developments. Can you tell us a little bit about why you think that's important?
I think that's important because it ensures that there's always going to be a place people can go, even if the circumstances aren't ideal.
Okay, so a target would help government concentrate, focus on what's needed. Is that one part of your thinking there?
Yeah.
Okay. You also talk about something called the compound effect in section 6.4 of your submission. I've got it in front of me, that's my advantage, but you talk about the compound effect on young people. Do you want to say a little more about that? For example, it's not page numbered, but you talk about a young Australian entering the workforce faces several barriers simultaneously. You start a career with a HECS debt, average $27,600, which really reduces how much you can borrow. You talk about paying the average kind of rent that people are paying, which is 38 to 50% of after-tax income. You talk about the needing to save for a deposit, which is now much, much longer than earlier generations. You talk about stamp duty, which is, on average $50,000 for lots of the average home. Needing a household income, which is very high relative to perhaps the median income right now. It's very to service a mortgage without stress. And then you contrast that with the massive growth in wealth for people who are already owning their homes. So you see these issues as kind of building on each other to make it an impossibility for your generation. Is that reading your data appropriately?
I do think so, and I did make the same statements and assumptions in the website that I made and the petition.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks so much for your evidence today. I want to say that we often have witnesses before parliamentary committees who, when they're asked a question and they don't know the answer to it, doesn't stop them from trying to answer the question based on absolutely nothing. So I want to particularly congratulate you on saying and drawing a line around what you want to offer an opinion or evidence about and when you don't. So thank you. Not everyone has the poise or the I don't know what the right word is, but the sense about relying on real evidence when they give their answers. So thank you. And really appreciate both your very comprehensive submission, all the work you've done to represent your peers, but also appearing today. It's not an easy thing and you have done a great job. Thank you. We're going to suspend for lunch, and if you have any further information, let me just conclude by saying you want to give to us or questions you've taken on notice. I don't think you did, but we'd like to hear from you within 2 weeks if you're getting the transcript on Hansard. Thank you. welcome representatives from the Don Dunstan Foundation and the Toward Home Alliance. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
My name is Matt Clemo. I'm the Chair of Management for the Don Dunstan Foundation.
Great.
I'm David Washington. I'm the Executive Director of the Don Dunstan Foundation.
I'm Shea Nettle, Alliance Senior Manager of the Toward Home Alliance.
Great. Thank you all for being here. We've heard a little of your activities this morning from others. So I now invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any of those remarks, we'll follow up with questions.
Do you want to go first?
Great.
Thank you, Senator. So the Toward Home Alliance consists of 8 NGOs and the Department of Human Services as a government partner. Together we deliver homeless services to approximately 5,000 people every year across the Adelaide CBD, the South and the Adelaide Hills regions. Regarding housing inequity in South Australia, from our perspective, 60% of those who accessed homeless services last financial year in South Australia presented due to housing crisis. This is nearly double the national average, which stands at 38%. The volume of people experiencing homelessness is increasing, albeit not well captured in our data, as are the complexity of people's circumstances and those experiencing homelessness for the first time. At 35%, South Australia also has the second highest rate of persistent homelessness in the country. So South Australia's prolonged cost of living crisis, our dramatically changed housing and rental markets and sustained underinvestment in homelessness services and housing have created the perfect conditions for homelessness and housing inequity in our state. Homelessness can now impact anyone. However, the most acutely impacted are those already experiencing hardship, disadvantage, stigma and poverty, including Aboriginal people and communities, people who have experienced domestic, family and sexual violence, young people leaving care or youth justice, LGBTQIA+ people, particularly trans people, people with disabilities, older women, incarcerated people, refugees and migrants, and people on very low incomes, i.e. people who are often already facing significant barriers and enduring on the fringes of our society. Regarding intergenerational housing inequity, so we know wealth transfer and inheritance is now a standard means for people to access quality education and housing. Aboriginal people, of course, only gained the legal right to participate equitably in our economy in the late 1960s. Until then, it was legal to underpay Aboriginal workers, withhold their money or pay them in food and clothing. So this is surely, from an intergenerational housing inequity, it's something we truly need to grapple with. So how can we expect different results when conditions have changed so dramatically? We now have a system that's literally pushing more people into homelessness, such that Australia was recently ranked the 4th least affordable housing market in the Western world. Internationally, we have the unenviable title of being impossibly unaffordable. As of May 26, Adelaide's rental vacancy rate was 0.7%, while the cost of rent has increased exponentially year on year, 4.9%, year on year over the last 5 years. This means that rental prices in traditionally affordable suburbs such as Christie's Beach, Noarlunga, etc. have increased over 60% over the last 5 years.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Increased over 60%.
What has increased?
Traditionally affordable rental suburbs. So Christie's Beach, Elizabeth, Noarlunga are dislocating families and communities and forcing them to seek accommodation outside their long-standing communities. And yes, of course, this government's investment in housing is welcome, but the corrective action needed is extreme. With 20,000 public houses sold off between 2000 and 2020, South Australia is still the only state that has seen a decrease in the total number of social housing dwellings over the past decade. Homeless services are the emergency department room of this crisis. We operate in an increasingly complex and strict system and have experienced year-on-year decreased funding of at least 12% over the last 4 to 5 years. This is alongside an expectation we should be doing more with less and rightly community frustrations about the growing visibility of homelessness. Our experience as homeless services is there's an increasingly punitive approach to supporting people experiencing homelessness with chronic underinvestment and social and housing policies that unintentionally exacerbate social issues and create further disadvantage. Sadly, we are becoming a society that views housing as a tool for wealth generation rather than as a fundamental human right. Until we acknowledge this and intentionally build a housing and homelessness system with the most vulnerable at its centre, housing inequity will persist and grow. Thank you.
was hard to listen to. Thank you. Let's come to the Dunstan Foundation.
We'll jointly present. So the Don Dunstan Foundation was founded by our namesake, the former Premier Don Dunstan, in 1999, dedicated to advancing social justice and creating a more equitable and sustainable future in South Australia and beyond. Affordable housing and ending homelessness have been high on our list of priority areas since we began, and we've done a number of research and other projects over the years. The Adelaide Zero project, which you might have heard of, grew out of the Dunstan Foundation. As with many things that Don said, his comments and approach to housing remain relevant and ring true today. He believed access to housing was a human right, and governments had a bottom line responsibility to make sure it was accessible to all who need it. Another of our policy concerns is climate justice. So as the planet warms, it's even more important that people have adequate housing. So among other activities in this area, we hold an annual housing symposium to examine data and ideas about the state of housing in South Australia and Australia. And last year our focus was on rentals, and it showed how Adelaide had flipped in the post-COVID years very quickly, from a place with a lot of affordable rentals, as Shaya said, to a place where there is almost no place where you can find an affordable rental under the definitions. I'll hand over to Matt.
Yeah, so just closing off on that data, what it essentially showed that whilst South Australia had a tail advantage of still being relatively affordable, particularly in the suburbs that Shea had spoken with, that had actually not only caught up with the eastern states but had gone further. And I'm sure you would have spoken to per capita and others in your other evidence around the country, but essentially they've just used ABS data to show the difference between 21 and 2026 in terms of how quickly, and it's more the starkness of the greatly unaffordable in terms of, there have been Anglicare reports here previously that have shown, one or two rentals under $300 at any particular time. Part of the policy work at that symposium last year, and I know the term gets thrown around in a lot of different contexts, was that concept of the missing middle being those who have a lifelong history of not experiencing government services by and large, and having through life event or to see rapidly changing rental market found themselves in circumstances that they haven't at any other point. Part of the work, and obviously the federal government has taken significant steps in this space, is that stabilisation rental market. If you look in a broader policy sense, the nation hasn't had affordable rental policy since the late 90s, if that. NRAS was obviously a stimulus program and project, but I don't think you call it a embedded policy framework within governments. I think all of the research shows that it's that gap that was taken out of the market that essentially dragged community housing providers down into the social and public housing end of it, and then took the old affordable rentals out of the market through a whole lot of planning reforms and other things. And I think that's where we've seen that kind of gap between then. At the same housing symposium, we always have a focus on lived experience as best we can, and we had evidence from Rent Right, which is the state government's funded rental advocacy body, that it's young people aged 17 to 25 that are particularly impacted, including full-time workers earning a medium income. In Rent Right's experience, these young people were the biggest cohort of South Australians who could not access independent living, but I'm sure Shaya can talk further to that. I think on top of that, there's been significant work at a state and national government level around the explosion of what was that single older woman cohort. But I know that all of the recent data, again, that was presented last year, it's that young uni leaving, school leaving group, which is now larger both by number and by percentage than that older cohort. Do you want to pause there and just go for
Yes.
questions from there?
Yeah.
I want to make sure we get all your points, Mr. Washington, one way or another. Can I just go, that was a very rich introduction and quickly done, so can I just go back to the statement you made about NRAS and how it took affordable housing out of the market? Can you just describe that transition that you skated over? And you've made the point it wasn't an embedded program. This whole question of intermittent policy change is obviously really important, but can you just go back and explain what happened there?
Yeah, so in a chronological sense, I would say that the pathway of national housing policy has been an absence of affordable rental program, whether it be at a state program or the significant changing of federal-state government housing partnerships through that period, transitioning it to a capital program, and a whole lot of other complicated reasons has been that the affordable rental market was essentially left to the whim of the private market and the top end of the community housing sector. So I'm talking in a pre-2010 context here. There is no ongoing or significant or meaningful policy intervention in that affordable rental asset class from the back end of the city's deals in the mid-90s. Right. Essentially, it just doesn't exist. At the same time, as Shaya said, you had housing trusts / commissions, whatever they're tagged as, all around the country, depleting stock rather than growing stock over that period. The only involvement of a national government in incenting affordable rental stock into the market was NRAS, as it was treated as a nation-building economic stimulus response. It wasn't a social policy response, it was an economic response that had significant positive benefit in that housing market. The intent of those NRAS policies, and people were still housed, and I think that's an overwhelmingly positive part, was there was no legacy policy outcome. And I think all the commentary, quite rightly, around Housing Australia this time has been, if the federal government is going to use taxpayer money to incent an affordable rental outcome into the ecosystem or into the community, it can't be removed as soon as the tax incentive gets taken away. I know that whether it be the private operators that had a whole lot of focus or significant local governments around the country or community housing providers, at the end of that NRAS incentive being paid, they were sold back into the private market and kind of evaporated out at the same time as rents were going up, the cost of living was going up, and none of the Housing Australia funding had, I think, even been announced, let alone kicked in by the time that certainly the first NRAS credits ran out. There may have been some overlap at the very end. The other point I'd make, and then go to the others, the point I was making about the community housing sectors, pre-2010, a significant amount of community housing stock sat as that affordable rental price point. Groups like Adelaide Benevolent Society here, some of the Anglicare stock and those kind of things. Like, it wasn't all what we now see as the social public housing 30% income kind of rent, and it was the absence of federal government policy in a housing sense and the negativity, I guess, that led to those broad transfers in every state in the early 2000s and then going to the end of 2010. That had a further effect that the very scarce affordable rentals that were in the not-for-profit market got transferred into the social housing sector under common wait list, and all those very sensible things to maximise the effort at the higher end had a further ripple effect on what was left between market and social, and that gulf has become so big.
So to draw out the conclusion, that widening gap, the disappearance of social housing has just widened the crisis over that 20-year period. That's what you're describing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at a safety net before falling into social housing, or a bypassing or something, the absence of any stock between market means no one has been able to turn off the tap of those needing social housing at the highest end of that market. Let alone, how do you climb out from social housing back to market rent without having an affordable step? Again, all these things are pre-HAF.
Yeah.
But in a broader market sense, in an Adelaide sense, you're $500 a week or you're $130 a week.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in between those two things.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that? No? No, okay. Thank you. We've heard a lot this morning about the growth in homelessness, and your data clearly points to the growth. And we are very focused on young people and what's different about their experience relative to older generations. We aren't, in our committee work, pitting one generation against another, but it seems that a material decline in the fortunes of young people is evident. What would you say about young people out of your experience in providing a service to 5,000 people in South Australia?
So I very much agree, Senator, that young people are one of the most at risk and vulnerable communities that we support. So we also know that if a young person or a child has an experience of homelessness, they're more likely to experience adult homelessness. And so the most sensible, socially and economically sensible strategy would be to target a prevention strategy that really strengthens family and targets young people, in their early stage of, transitioning into adulthood. I believe the definition and the experience of young people around homelessness is also changing. And so 5 years ago, it was very common for young people to transition from university or into university or out of school and expect to live in a share house, expect to have a private rental property. That was very, very standard. The current experience is private rentals are not an option for the vast majority of young people. And so we really need to think deeply then around what does housing look like for young people. Not every young person, and the majority of young people, don't have families and support networks that they can depend on to stay housed as they get their education and transition into adulthood. So I do think there needs to be a targeted investment around a diverse range of accommodation and supported options for young people. We also know, and I have the statistics here, that I think for children, if a child has contact with a specialist homelessness service, they are 75% more likely to receive a formal DCP investigation. So we need to...
Just unpack DCP.
Department for Child Protection. Yep. So, and I will find the statistics so I'm not misleading you. So it's here. Sorry, I should have highlighted that bit, shouldn't have I? But essentially, homelessness isn't an isolated system, is what we're saying. So we know that adults who touch our system have 1 in 30 adults are likely to be incarcerated during the time of experience. 75% of people who we support are likely to have had an emergency department admission in the last 12 months. The children and young people that we support, either independently or as part of a family unit, are far more likely to have had DCP, Department for Child Protection investigation, in some capacity, and not just a notification, but a formal investigation as well. And so whilst homeless services are largely voluntary services, we actually need to shift our orientation around that to understand their intersectionality with other mandated systems, and that interaction and engagement is a really essential means for potentially shifting the trajectory of both that child, that young person and that family. So I think the value and the importance of seeing homelessness services as value-added essential pathways and conduits for these other systems is really vital. We've seen a really steep increase in the number of young people who are exited from child protection into homelessness. And so I often say we've talked about the affordability challenges and the absolutely structural change of our housing market over the last 5 years, particularly private rental markets. But what that means is there's this huge bottleneck in community and social housing. We are also shifting the ambitions and the aspirations for our young people around that, particularly for young people in care or youth justice, to say it is an expected trajectory for you to move into homelessness or for you to be dependent on social housing for the rest of your life, which is also unacceptable. And so I think we need I don't believe there is a one-size-fits-all approach to anything, but I do believe we need a dual housing and homelessness strategy that intersects with other systems so that we are holistically supporting every child and young person that comes through our system. And the only other thing I would say is, from a social and economic investment perspective, I think our state also needs to shift its understanding to acknowledge that investing in children and young people and preventing that trajectory into adult tertiary systems is possibly the best economic investment you can make for your state. If you can, support that education, that employment, those training skills, and that sense of dignity and preservation and towards independence and contributing towards community, that's we should be lifting the aspirations for all children and young people, whether they're in statutory systems or not.
So if it sounds like you are making an argument for a much greater investment in the services like the ones that you provide, but also for a greater investment in the public housing system as well.
Absolutely. I think where South Australia has missed the mark is targeting a one-size-fits-all approach to our housing development. So there's a high focus on the middle band and middle income families, which is reasonable. So affordable housing now, which is a 75% of market rate, is a really sensible investment. But we actually need to be developing a system that has the most vulnerable people at its centre. We need to be developing a system that has supported accommodation options and options that aspire beyond boarding houses for people who have chronic, enduring, lifelong experiences of trauma. That we actually need to be designing a system around those most in need and those most vulnerable and with the most to benefit, not the majority and not the mainstream. And I think we've really taken our eye off that.
Okay. I might ask you, Senator Mulholland, if you'd like to come in here with your questions.
Sure. Thank you for that, Chair, and thank you very much for our witnesses for joining. What I wanted to, we've had some evidence from other homelessness NGOs and support providers across the country, and one of the things I wanted to ask is what intervention and service delivery model from particularly with a housing funding lens across it, what sort of support services and interventions do you see as delivering the greatest return in preventing where we can prevent homelessness, where we can't, supporting people to transition out of homelessness? We've had some models such as the Common Ground model across different jurisdictions, referenced some other models in the Northern Territory. Would welcome your thoughts around, as policymakers, when we're looking, you've talked about there's a lot of focus on the sort of middle income and middle class around trying to get them into home ownership and keep them there, but also these are, very, as you called out, very vulnerable people who may need a bit more support and tailored assistance. What kind of support intervention have you seen has worked well, or do you think would work well?
I'll start and pass to you. Yeah, so I think there are some really powerful and well-evidenced models that speak to the effectiveness of different approaches for homeless support services. What I would say is I believe there's two essential bookends of our system that we need to be investing in. One is the prevention end, so we are working really hard to where we can to keep people housed, to prevent people coming into the homelessness system, because we know that every experience of homelessness is traumatic, and the longer someone stays in the system, the more traumatic that experience is. And as the data shows, people are staying in the system for much longer. It's becoming much harder to divert people out. So I believe we need to be investing here. We also need to be investing at the other end, which is essentially, your common ground models are fantastic, and I don't believe there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. We need specific models for young people, specific services for Aboriginal communities, specific services for trans people. We need to acknowledge and build models around the diversity of our community. But at this other bookend here, it is sustaining services. So homeless services have traditionally been funded to bring someone out of homelessness and then largely close that service within sort of 3 months. Toward Home doesn't do that. We shifted our response to say, by the time we've housed someone, particularly someone with complex needs, we've done 95% of the work, in getting that actual housing outcome, and we will stay in and support that person for as long as is needed. That again makes very good social and economic sense, because the evidence shows that the two vulnerable points of a tenancy ending or becoming at risk is at the 6-month mark and the 18-month mark. So we should have a homeless system that is flexible enough to say, our job is to walk alongside this person, acknowledging that life ebbs and flows and experiences ebbs and flows and crises come up. And our job is to be able to walk alongside them to sustain that tenancy and to build their community around that tenancy for as long as is needed. But around the supported, I believe we need much better supported accommodation options for the community that I mentioned there. We also need much more dignified crisis accommodation options. It's unacceptable that the vast majority of people during the worst times in their life are often staying in motels, with children where, they're scared, or it's unknown environments and there's unfamiliar sounds and things happening for them. We are re-traumatising people. We should be aspiring for a system that has, dignified, quality accommodation options during that point in time, so that we're supporting a recovery approach to that way out of crisis. So again, I think our aspirations and hopes and expectations for people in the homeless system needs to be better across all aspects, across crisis accommodation, across supported accommodation, across permanent accommodation and transitional accommodation options.
Thank you for that. I've recently gone and had a look at some accommodation for women and families fleeing domestic and family violence in Queensland, that's been funded through the Housing Australia Future Fund, and they're in sort of pockets of the northern Brisbane area. This accommodation, duplexes, smaller style unit accommodation, all fully decked out, where a family can live for about 6 months. As well, obviously, that's a particular cohort of people. Are you seeing any other sort of case studies in Adelaide around community housing providers and government and councils coming together on some good projects? Obviously these are challenging projects, because to do them well, we have to sort of scale them up, and it's difficult at times to bring all those parties together. But are you seeing any good examples, perhaps? I'm just interested to get a sort of an Adelaide context as well, if there's been any HAF or community housing provider partnership projects on the ground there.
Yeah, so speaking outside of our direct involvement here, but in terms of talking about the other things that are being funded here, I was fortunate enough to be on the Junction board for a couple of years until most recently. It's not half funded, it's state government funded, but there's a standalone young people's kind of tiny home village, which is set aside for kids exiting state care only. I think there's 17 units. It's at Tonsley, kind of just on the back of where the old Mitsubishi site was. On top of that, there's a building in the Tonsley development itself, which is called Thrive, which has had some media attention and ministers, etc., visiting it in recent times. The social housing in that has been quarantined for young people, not just those exiting care, but young people. I think what I was going to say before, in a broader point, I think one of the one of the significant challenges is the more we have tried to make the system single register and all houses are available to all people, and it's the person who is most in need, irrespective of what cohort they've come from, the harder it's been to solve individual challenges in that system. I was on the Common Ground board here before it became Housing Choices, and what I was going to say before, to Shaya's point and to your Northern Brisbane point, that the very premise of those models is to house people, to end homelessness so they can exit successfully into the broader housing sector. The collapse of the broader housing sector in the last 5 years means you're not stabilising people into anything. You are, it is the bed block equivalent of social housing. And I think whilst all of the efforts need to be, I completely agree with Shaya, all of the efforts need to be on housing the vulnerable people in their most traumatic period, if there aren't parallel efforts in the sector at large, it's like a child protection system that nobody's exiting, and no system can support that without seeing the exact collapse that we're currently seeing.
Thank you. And I know that you, particularly there's a lens there around young people as well. One of the other pieces of evidence we've received is about the challenges with some of the models that are operating in various jurisdictions that have a lot of qualifications around access. So some of the youth foyer models, which are great, also require young people to be engaged in work or learning as well. And when we've got highly traumatised, highly vulnerable people, they might be asking a bit much of them at that point in time, at that specific point in time. So that probably goes to your earlier point about, the right models of care and the right supported accommodation wraparound services as well.
I would just add one thing to that, Senator. So you're absolutely right, there are a lot of people being left behind in our system currently. So whilst models are fantastic and we need to be very clear about who we're targeting so we can have the most impact, eligibility criteria can also become very troubling. It is very easy to identify someone by their past as opposed to meeting them for where they are and their readiness for change in the present, and we need models that have the capacity and the flexibility to adapt to that and to respond. So again, another point you made in the tiny homes junction is fantastic, but what we've seen in the models that Toward Home has been exploring and operationalising is this sense of community. And so I think the capacity to create space for community to come together through times of crisis and recovery, whether it's young people, whether it's women, whether it's older people, there's a consistent theme there that other people can provide a very important catalyst for one's recovery and healing. And I think all housing models, whether it's crisis, transitional or permanent housing, should bring that into play.
We heard Ella could testimony on that earlier today from lived experience, so absolutely correct. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I wonder, I heard you mention that there is now a more punitive approach. Who used that word? Was it you, Ms Nettle? Can you say a little more about what's happening in terms of the nature of the experience of people?
Sure. Look, I think that this concept of defining people by someone's past or someone's history does play into the opportunities that they can access at that point in time. I do believe within our state there is a concept developing of the deserving poor and the undeserving poor. Often that means, the visibility of people experiencing drug and alcohol issues or unpredictable behaviours or levels of trauma without the support means it's very, very easy to exclude. So there's nowhere in our system that I see a strategy that is really targeting supports and acknowledging efforts around that part of the community. At this point in time, it's largely that part of the community should be reliant on boarding houses. You know, there's an undeservingness around where our investment is going in assets to house and support those, again, who are at the heart of vulnerability in our communities. The way that shapes out, and it's often unintentionally, but there are housing and social policies that can be punitive in nature, and this, of course, is going alongside gentrification of our communities. So communities that traditionally weren't tourist areas, or that become investment areas for people, and that become wealth generating communities as opposed to communities where children and families are doing life, then we see community needing to manage the expectations of these other aspects, and with that can come compliance, punitive targeted behaviours, as opposed to cultivating tolerance and inclusivity. So again, that's pushing those who are most vulnerable to the margins.
The SA Housing Trust has a 3 strikes policy for misbehaviour, which are introduced under media and political pressure. But I totally agree with Shaya from my personal experience with people in the community that you have unsupported people living in with multiple medical issues, living in close quarters to each other, often in the middle of a leafy suburb where neighbours are understandably concerned, and those people do not have any meaningful support for their issues, and the Civil and Administrative Tribunal has the members have no leeway essentially when presented with 3 clear behavioural incidents.
That's right. Good point, David, because what we're seeing is, so they've moved away from verbal warnings to formal warnings, and also what that means is for a lot of the people that we're supporting, the capacity to actually navigate formal written warnings in a formal way is also really limited. So by default, we're actually further disadvantaging them to engage in self-advocacy and to retain that tenancy. And when we talked about that system intersectionality, supportive pathways from corrections, supportive pathways from hospitals, so we aren't discharging to homelessness, and we aren't discharging people back to the streets where their only option is limited. The options are limited. We're actually having those conversations beforehand, so we're setting up the conditions for change at that really important juncture of transition.
And at those points of transition, heavy advocacy can make a difference, but not everyone has an advocate, or many people do not have an advocate.
Then, given the remit of what we're talking about here, there's been a significant youth mental health aspect to that. I know the government's made commentary in recent weeks about the other kind of ED aspect of mental health patients on the weekend, the overlap, at all times. The overlap between that and being exited into the motels that Shaya was talking about before, and then being exited into homelessness, and then ending up back in that ED. Like, if we're talking about all these things are cohorts and sub-cohorts and sub-cohorts, but all within the remit of what we're talking about now, that's another significant part if you're talking about system-wide inequalities being built in.
An unvirtuous circle of experience. Our time is short, but I have 3 quick issues I wanted to hear your response on. Here we are in Adelaide, that used to be the epicentre of public housing, through the Playford era, through the Dunstan era, very strong commitment to a social contract of a roof over your head in exchange for work or study. That's ruined now. We have flipped to the worst end of the spectrum in our state. Why has there not been a response in this city with its traditional liberal values and strong commitment to a roof over everyone's head?
I've had a pretty deep policy involvement in the space for the last 21 years. I'd say the last 2 years outcomes haven't occurred, but investment has at least occurred. I think 2 years ago, I think the argument would have been, what is the pathway out of the malaise that we're currently in. I think you would objectively say investment has been made, whether investment's been made in the right places or how quickly that investment is going to take.
In the last 2 years, you're saying that investment has occurred? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And it's in Housing Australia, and I'd also argue state governments all around the country. I think in a framing sense, the tragedy has been the underinvestment in social housing, in my view, has been able to occur because of the lack of public sentiment and noise around the underinvestment in social housing. There's almost a horrible paradox that it's taken the private housing sector to collapse for sentiment to be sufficient for governments to invest in what should have been invested in.
What do you mean by that phrase? Explain.
People outside the services sector feeling homelessness or feeling housing insecurity.
Beyond the very high need, 10%.
Yeah, outside of those who were always there, other people felt it and then governments acted. And I completely understand the horrible paradox that comes out of that. How quickly that can even touch the sides of the crisis that we're currently in. And I do agree with Shaya. What areas that goes into, I think there is an absolute shift to worker housing is a politically palatable term that essentially means not the most vulnerable people, and that's a pretty ordinary thing.
I think it was a slow moving train wreck, and the last, as you know, the figures that we talked about before, the last 3 years, it's been a collapse really of affordability, a complete collapse, and the public, as Matt said, public sentiment is starting to catch up with the reality, because people will see it on the streets and in their communities.
Thank you. We've heard a bunch of other suggestions for change: vacancy taxes, short-term accommodation taxes on Airbnb. Are there any other proposals? Have you got anything you want to say to us or on notice about those kinds of proposals? I hear a very strong push on public housing, social housing, and on homelessness services to build on the experience we have about what we know works. But what's your view about those other kinds of issues? Do you have anything you want to say on those?
I think we need very strong rental protections. Like we are, our state has, it's just dramatically shifted over the last 5 or 6 years. I also think our state in particular needs to bring back the social and economic argument. I feel it's diverged, so there's economic conversations and there's social conversations, as opposed to what we know, that it is the strongest social and economic policy investment for this state to be looking after the most vulnerable in the most evidence-informed ways. So it's not funding for funding's sake, it's dual strategies focused on targeted investment in this area alongside housing supply and stock. But I feel we've seen homelessness as a social issue over here that's problematic and costly, but actually you'll get the best bang for your buck by investing here alongside your other systems.
On notice, could you let us know what the nature of the rental protections that you think are necessary here? Because we have had a lot of evidence on it's a really important issue. It's time our committee got a little deeper on what might be the specifics there. Final question, we're about to hear from local government, the first time this committee will hear from a local council. And there has been controversy in this city and in other cities about local government responses to homelessness people in certain areas. Have you got any learnings or lessons to give us about what is the best kind of response, or views about bad responses and their implications?
If I can, in Memora, what a delight. So we have probably the epitome of compassionate, human-centred responses through the Onkaparinga Council, alongside Adelaide City Council with Onkaparinga Council. I think from our side, we understand limited resources are everywhere, but council has a really critical role to play. They are the closest local response to really life-preserving and dignity-preserving assets like, your dog parks and your showers and your public toilets and all of those aspects are often the eyes and ears and the front line for the temperature check on community sentiment, and so Moira will talk to that, but for councils to have an investment in homelessness, it doesn't need to be a financial investment per se, but for it to be a policy, an intentional policy commitment's really critical. The culture that each council builds really important, so to be building and preserving a community tolerance and capacity to engage in an emotionally intelligent way around the issue is really important. So Moira's team, when they're going out with our teams supporting rough sleepers, they're offering, we've assembled mobile showers at times, and we've, really had a supported approach to connecting people to services as opposed to just moving them on, where we actually risk putting people further at risk and, disconnecting them from support. So I would say that Adelaide City Council, Onkaparinga and Port Adelaide role model that very well, but truly the strongest thing they can do is in their messaging to their constituents and within their own staff as well, to be really building a compassionate, tolerant, understanding messaging around the role of council. In working, they're not the lead response, they're on the front line. That needs to sit with homeless services and state and federal government, but they can certainly build a culture and shift community sentiment and build community understanding around the matter.
Thank you.
Conscious of time, I would echo Shay's comments about the leadership of Mayor Moira and Onkaparinga Council. I think going to the point about the social and economic equity, and for Senator Mulholland as well, I think there is a strong role of local government to play their role in the housing continuum, and it's not about lead, but there was some excellent work that we were involved in with the City of Townsville, where they essentially said, we don't have a workforce if our housing system is collapsing. They're a little bit more like Darwin in a hot cold. Every time the economy booms, their housing system falls apart. There are interventions that council should rightly say, we can do this, but we're not willing to do this. And the crisis is so large. I was going to end with, there's a very senior policy person in this space who I've heard say, if we're in a crisis, why aren't we acting like it? And I think as part of that is there's nothing wrong with picking off cohorts and fixing them. Trying to fix the whole sector at the same time as trying to fix the health system all at once. We need to lessen the crises for individual cohorts and attack this bit by bit. And thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you. Thanks for bringing the longevity of your policy perspective to us as a committee, and for all of the services that you combine a voice for to bring that direct experience to us. We really appreciate it. A couple of you have, I think we've had a couple of questions on notice. If you're able to give us responses to those within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard, we'd really appreciate it. But thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
We'll just take a couple of minutes break as we change over witnesses. thank you. It's wonderful to welcome Mayor Moira Ware to us today, Ms Ines Onsman, and from Common Equity Housing, Ms Anne Gowan, and we have Ms Georgina Leader also from there. So we welcome you, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. Yes. Great. For the record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
So Moira Weir, I'm here as the Mayor of the City of Onkaparinga in South Australia.
My name is Ines Onsman. I'm the Manager of Strategy, Sustainability and Economic Growth at the City of Onkaparinga.
My name is Anne Gawn. I'm the CEO of Common Equity Housing. I've been there for 2 weeks, so I have notes to read. I'm sorry, but I'm from the Northern Territory.
We're going to give you a very hard exam.
I'm interested to hear about the Northern Territory. I've just moved down from the Northern Territory, so I hope you're talking to them.
Georgina Leader, General Manager of Common Equity Housing.
Great. Well, thank you. Welcome all of you. So I now invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion we will follow up with questions.
First of all, thank you so much for the committee for inviting us to appear today before you all, and acknowledging that we are on gorgeous Kaurna country today here in the City of Adelaide. And on behalf of the City of Onkaparinga, I bring greetings to your work, because we really appreciate the work you do on behalf of all of us as a South Australian Senator and all the senators. The Senate's an important part for us in the whole piece of democracy. We're the largest metropolitan council in South Australia. We've got over 185,000 residents, so basically 1 in 10 South Australians live in Onkaparinga, and we've got every possible condition that could be. We've got plenty of urban, inner urban, peri-urban and regional and rural areas. So I always think that our Onkaparinga Council is like a teaspoon, if you like, of every single part of Australia, and particularly South Australia. We want to talk to you a little bit about our commitment to addressing the housing crisis and why the City of Onkaparinga has voted, and we voted unanimously as a council to deliver an affordable housing strategy that came from our community vision, which is essentially in South Australia the strategic plan for a local council. It was definitely shaped by all the local voices, data and lived experience, and the strategy calls for collaboration in planning, which is a central feature of our work, advocacy, like today, and partnerships between all levels of government, industry, investors, community groups and of course residents. We see the core problem as that housing inequity is worsening. We see this every single day. Intergenerational housing inequity in Australia is deepening and becoming entrenched. It's being driven by a rapid house price growth, rising rents, and a long decline, as we just heard in the very last witnesses, in the social housing investment. And in our local area, housing prices have increased by about 80% between 2019 and 2024, and rents are increasing at the moment at 77% in the same period. At the same time, around 35% of renters are saying and being measured as experiencing rental stress. These trends are locking in younger and lower income households out of home ownership, which still continues to be the rite of passage often for our Australian identity, and concentrating housing security and wealth amongst older generations. Young people are disproportionately impacted and are increasingly unable to enter not just the housing market, but sometimes even the rental market. Our community survey showed that 92% of respondents believe it's harder for first-time home buyers to break into the market than it used to be, and around a quarter of households still have adult children living at home, and 2/3 of those cite the inability to afford rent as the primary reason. This delays independence, it has difficulty for a deposit, and also long-term reliance on renting. I'd also say that it is not just at the young end. Plenty of people in my generation are also facing exactly the same phenomena. The rental system is under significant strain. Where we are, vacancy rates are about 0.7%. So there's very limited choice, highly competitive once a place goes on the market for rent. and therefore all the consequences start to extend long above and beyond just the having the roof over your head. The high energy costs, the poorer health outcomes, and increased locational disadvantages. People have to move further and further away from opportunities, whether that's learning, earning, being in community, being with their families. So it's all about quality, stability, like actually being able to stay in place, and long-term well-being. Just a few comments really about the social housing decline and homelessness. It hasn't been our particular focus, but given what we've just heard, I thought I might add a bit to that.
Great.
Our social housing supply has declined significantly, about 20% over the last 2 decades, and this we do believe is contributing to housing stress, homelessness and security in long-term housing. While my notes don't say this, I'm going to take leave and add a couple of comments of my own, and that is I think that Senator, your question to the last group of witnesses about what the reason for some of that is, I would argue that a lot of the opportunities for association housing and cooperative housing within the mix of social housing have significantly declined in South Australia over the last 25 years, and I note the difference that that is making to the general range of housing options that are available at all ages. But
sorry, just so I catch it, cooperative housing
and association housing.
And association.
So where groups would have been associations to provide that housing. We do have quite a number of those, but they have declined and they've been getting bigger and often have disappeared entirely. Some of the things we would like to see changed, we see 4 key priorities that fit in with your remit today and the committee's work. Increasing the supply of social and affordable housing supported by long-term government investment, and particularly for those who are the most vulnerable. The second is reforming tax and policy settings to reduce incentives that exacerbate inequality, that support downsizing. We do see a lot of support for that in our community, and address some of those investor-driven pressures. Thirdly, strengthening the rental system, which includes providing and improving security and protections for tenants and lifting housing quality, and we see a lot of this relating to energy efficiency as well. The fourth, enabling more diverse housing supply. So again, more options out there, not just in shape and size, but also in the governance of what kind of house you're in, whether it's a social housing, community housing, privately owned, a co-op, whatever that might be, and that needs to be reflected around some of the more middle to higher density development opportunities that may exist. We think all new housing must meet climate readiness challenges. That's, in our view, completely non-negotiable. We understand that local government does have a role to play, and it's not one we can deliver alone. We want to act as enablers, as advocates through our planning, our partnerships, as you just heard previously, facilitating development and engagement with industry. Systemic housing inequity can't be resolved without a really strong alignment and coordinated action, and the signals from both Commonwealth and state governments working to support any activity that might be happening at the local level, and the leadership that comes with that. So without intervention, intergenerational housing inequity will continue to widen and entrench disadvantage across future and existing generations. It's not just something that's happening ahead of us, it's right here, right now. And we encourage the committee to continue to be bold in your recommendations and reforms, and ensure that safe, affordable and secure housing is available for all Australians wherever they might live.
Thank you, Mayor, for a very, very useful contribution. Our first local government appearance, so we really appreciate that. And similarly, our first community housing provider, I think. So look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Senators. Lovely to see everybody. I've been back in Adelaide for a month, so enjoying this weather. I'm not. It's awful. Just acknowledge that we're meeting on the unceded Kaurna land today. Australia's housing debate is often framed as a choice between owning a home or renting a home. Housing cooperatives offer a third pathway: secure, affordable housing where residents have a genuine stake in governance and community. without the speculative pressure that drives housing costs higher. Housing cooperatives remain tiny in the current Australian landscape, less than 1%, whereas in parts of Europe, cooperative housing represents 25 to 30% of housing stock, sometimes even 40%, and it's considered a mainstream tenure offer. Common Equity Housing SA supports 11 housing co-ops across South Australia to ensure a compliant and financially sustainable housing co-ops. There used to be 90 co-ops in South Australia. Now there are 11. This is due to compliance, unsustainability, and just housing co-ops unable to manage the more difficult, complex compliance frameworks that have happened. So I guess for us, there's 5 key messages we have for the Senate Committee. Housing cooperatives create permanent, affordable tenure in housing. Our housing tenures in our cooperatives are around 15 years. Our rental satisfaction say that 85% of our residents in our co-op housing are really happy and part of a thriving community. If you look at that as opposed to the recent concerns around public housing, you can see the difference there, that people are happy, and we know that the economic benefits of that. Co-ops are designed to keep housing affordable over the long term. The benefit is retained for future generations. Many current co-op members are bringing their children into the mix. They're becoming part of the community. They're contributing to the co-op. Older people can age with dignity and respect. They're supported by the co-op. Cooperatives preserve affordability for the next households, not just the current ones. Secondly, housing co-ops provide security of tenure, and we know that many Australians, particularly young people, really face insecure renting and insecure tenures. Co-ops generally have long-term housing security, strong protections against displacement, and greater control over their housing environment. People can build a life around co-ops, not just occupy property. There's overwhelming evidence, is my third point, that housing co-ops strengthen communities. Research consistently shows that co-ops generate higher resident participation, stronger neighbourhood connection, lower social isolation, which we know is so important and becoming more important, and better resident wellbeing. Housing cooperatives don't just house people, they build communities. My fourth point is housing co-ops are an intergenerational solution. They help address inequity because they lower barriers for younger households. They provide stable housing for older residents. They retain affordability across generations, and they reduce wealth inequity created by housing speculation. A co-op home remains affordable for the next generation rather than becoming another asset in the speculative market. My fifth point is Australia is missing a major opportunity. Many countries treat co-ops as a mainstream housing tenure. We have public housing, community housing, private ownership, private rental, but we have not in Australia significantly invested in cooperative housing, despite decades of success in this model internationally. The question isn't whether housing co-ops work. The question is, why has Australia never really scaled them? So if we could just go to 3 practical recommendations that we would like to see out of this Senate inquiry. First of all, it's include co-ops in all affordable housing funding programs. They're often left out and make it very hard for organisations like us to obtain the funds. Ensure co-ops have the same development and other funding opportunities as housing and homelessness services do. Provide access to land. And finally, we would really like to see a national growth strategy for housing co-ops. Set targets for cooperative housing as part of a broader social and affordable housing program. Housing cooperatives won't solve Australian housing crisis on their own, but they offer something our housing system desperately needs: permanent, affordable housing, strong communities, and security across generations. If we're serious about tackling intergenerational housing inequality, cooperative housing deserves a much better place in the national housing system.
Thank you. Thanks for those extensive comments on the role of cooperative housing. I'll go first to a question for local government. Mayor, when we read public commentary about the housing crisis and the role of local government, there's often a real focus on long delays in approvals for buildings, council processes that are too complicated, slow everything down, and a real emphasis on NIMBYism, that people in areas like Onkaparinga are hostile to, mid-level developments which are more intensive or affect the amenity of existing residents. What's your response? You haven't talked about the regulation issues at all. You've talked about a whole range of other really important questions, but what's your response when you hear that stuff? How does that connect with your experience?
So at the City of Onkaparinga, I would say it's fake news that there is delays in developer applications. We have a very robust process, and it's pretty fast actually. So that's the first part of your question.
Yep.
The second bit, which is really about the social licence around mid-scale, high density, medium density, that's a very mixed question. It really depends, because we're such a big council area and we're 514 square kilometres. It often depends where that is. So we have a preservation zone, which is nearly 75% actually of our land mass around McLaren Vale. So there's a lot of restrictions of what actually could be built there. But we also have what I would consider inner urban, Noarlunga, Hacken West. When we did our community plan 2 years ago, it was an issue that we really wanted to test with the community. And we provided a whole lot of data for people to say what they thought about mid-density, medium density and high density. What was fascinating, in the very beginning of that process, people were saying, we definitely do not want any of these things happening. As they got into the data and talked to each other and had other pieces of information like, well, do you want to age in place? Would you like your grandchildren to be near to you while you can help them drop them off at school? The conversation completely changed, and people's attitudes towards, oh, actually medium density doesn't sound too bad because if it's close to the train station and we have a Todd and all those kind of things. So the lesson I took from that as a community leader was the information makes a difference, that the concept of what does it mean to build a place to live and be in community has a very high value. But when we treat housing as a property, as an investment, as an asset, separately from what it means to be in community, to be in relationship, to be building a place that we all want to live and love together, that changes the conversation. And I think that requires a set of skills, and local government is in a good place to help build that, because we do know what it means to live locally. We know what the dog park means to people. We know what the beaches mean to people. We know what it means to go to the local shop and see the same barista every day. You know, those things really do help have a different reflection when they're actually asked about medium or high density. So we are noticing that. We're getting more applications that fit within our code, so that in South Australia the state government has the responsibility for setting the planning regulatory environment, and all the councils can do is to test, really we just audit whether it's compliant with that. There's a number of councils, and we would be one of those that would be advocating that we would like to have more of a say in that, so that we can work with our communities a little bit more closely, and they're not always dependent on a state legislation.
And do you have, in your submission, you make clear that you're facing housing challenges in your area, clearly. 80% increase in house prices in 5 years, and just under that in increase in rents in the same period. That is, you are really at the centre of a crisis that's really centred in our city, but you're at the worst end of it in a way. Your numbers are really worrying. Do you see what are the kinds of more intensive housing developments that are occurring?
So I might defer to my colleague here in a minute, but we're certainly seeing an increase in the number of retirement villages, people wanting to gather in that kind of a way, and that's partly to do with the community, in many ways the same flavour that a co-op might offer, but they've got equity in their homes in a different way, so that's definitely growing. We're also seeing, I think, a trend in you know, people who are couch surfing and they don't even think of themselves as being at risk, and that's at both ends of the spectrum. So
both ends of age
spectrum. So a grandma might be coming to live with a family, and that's because she needs housing, but she's also providing some support to that family. Equally, a young person might be moving into returning from home after something has happened to them, or needing to get work closer by, and they're living in the caravan on site. And I know when I'm out meeting community and walking up and down our streets, there are more and more caravans than I've ever seen I've lived in that community for 50 years than I've ever seen before. I don't know what's happening behind closed doors, but that is something that I'm noticing. I don't know if you want to add to any of that.
I would add that we're seeing a lot of our greenfield areas, the development on those get pulled forward. So absolutely, with the state government's energy to get things happening, more land has been released and more developments are happening, and because there's, you know, a mandatory affordable housing component to that, it's going to increase supply, and some of the developments are actually going over and above the minimum that's required.
What's the current minimum?
That is a great question.
20%?
Something like that I'm not going to know
on notice.
My head. Please, I better not answer on behalf of the planners, they'll be mad at me.
Okay.
But what we
that.
find really interesting is the social licence in infill areas is so much harder to get than the new developments, and we hear that very loudly and very clearly. You know, from we surveyed our community about affordable housing specifically. Everybody agreed, like some huge percentage. Affordable housing is really, really important, but absolutely the NIMBYism kicks in if people feel like it will compromise their livability. They might not have as many parking spaces. You know, they might lose some greenery. If there's a sense that they're going to lose something by having this type of housing, it gets really tricky. And being council, I guess the privilege and the challenges, we hear about that very directly and very loudly. So building a social licence is really a part of our work.
Yeah, I would add one more thing too, and that is the literacy in the community about what affordable housing is, what social housing is, and the people hear the word affordable and they often think it's public housing or social housing. And what actually is affordable is not affordable for many, many, many families. And so I think there's a literacy component, which is something that we've built into our affordable housing strategy as well, like how we talk about those things, how we make visible what that looks like. The greenfield is very real and live, and where it also butts into something else, to an existing suburb, there's all those kind of social cohesion issues too that we try to work with.
Thank you. I have many other questions, but I might go to Senator Mulholland, and then I'll have some further for you as well. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for that. I'll just check in with Councillor Brown as well. I know she was...
Yeah, I'm here.
To see if she had any questions, or if you wanted me to...
Yeah, I do have some questions.
Nice.
Will I go ahead now?
Yes, please do, Senator Brown. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, my camera's on the blink again. But thank you for your evidence here today. And I'll start with Mayor Ware. You mentioned in your response to a question, I think, from the chair, that one of your recommendations, you went through what you would like to see come out of this inquiry. And one of the things that you talked about in your submission was around infrastructure funding. And of course, the federal government has a number of programs that go to infrastructure funding, and the importance of assisting around in infrastructure to help sort of turbocharge housing builds, like the Housing Support Program and the Local Infrastructure Fund. How important is that, do you believe, for local councils to be able to access that infrastructure funding, so they're able to put together parcels or land that is attractive to developers?
So from our point of view in South Australia, we are not, as a council, in the building of houses business. So the community infrastructure around, whether that's a school or perhaps a community centre or a footy oval or something like that, we're always interested in having very robust conversations with developers about that and how that interfaces with other community amenity. And on the whole, they have been quite fruitful conversations with developers in our, particularly in our extending suburbs that are beyond the urban area and kind of in our peri-urban areas. The other thing that comes with that, of course, is when a development is complete, then we inherit, if you like, the stormwater, the drains, the roads and all of that. And some of the infrastructure funding has to make sure that it has longevity across generations. And again, this is a generational equity issue for our residents, that, this generation isn't just having the brand new shiny thing, but 3 generations in time will still have a stormwater management system that will be able to accommodate that. So in our council area, we have, for instance, in water infrastructure, we have 3 different systems. We have one that's provided through the South Australian SA Water. There's the community water waste management system, and then there's private septic systems. And some suburbs, like where I live in Sellex Beach, have all 3. And so you do run into the risk, I think, as a community of having sort of a tale of 2 cities with the infrastructure. And that's something that, from a public funding point of view, that may be worth having a lens over when federal governments are considering where they're doing the investment and how they might want to be in partnership with those who will be looking after those pieces of infrastructure long after the developers have completed their work.
If I could just add something, Senator Brown, if you don't mind. It's a slightly different angle, but it's around the funding and things like the HAF programs and others. They're aimed at large community housing providers who can invest millions and millions and millions and have the assets to be able to do that. And usually, from my experience, it's the large church organisations. Certainly in the Northern Territory that was the case. That's not necessarily the best model. And for cooperative housing, we need scale where we can actually invest and do that, and it not be, we have to invest millions, and we certainly couldn't do that in a sustainable way, and our boards would never allow that. So having programs like HAF that aren't just around massive scale would be really beneficial for smaller organisations that are still very sound and provide great work, but need a different focus. So it's a slightly different tactic to what Moira was saying, but along those lines is just be aware there are different players, and cooperative housing is a really important part of the thing, and also just the public housing. In the Northern Territory, the Northern Territory government was handing over public houses to community housing, and they were doing that primarily because of what they called the visitor issues in the Northern Territory in public housing. And we took over a number of public housing properties, and the outcomes within a year were, something like 10 times better, like 10 times less times the police were called, and all of those sort of stats. And in South Australia, we've been told by Housing Trust just recently that they don't want to hand over any more public houses to social housing or cooperative housing. And I just wonder why not. When we see such great outcomes, there's no money involved. It's simply handing over assets that we could run better and run really positive communities. So it's certainly something that Common Equity would like to see.
Who did you say said that, gave you that information?
The Housing Trust. What are they called?
Oh, right. Yeah.
South Australian Housing Trust, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I just missed what you said. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I interrupted you. Had you finished?
No, that was fine. I know, George, you had some stuff to add. I don't know if you want to... Is that okay?
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Australia's housing system is increasingly polarised, as we know, with public and community housing being designed to appropriately support households with the highest and most complex needs, while the private market largely serves higher income earners through ownership or market rent. However, a significant and growing cohort, being moderate income households, sits between these two systems. Their needs are not adequately addressed by either. This cohort, including essential workers and lower to mid-income families, is experiencing rising housing stress, declining access to home ownership and limited availability to secure affordable, stable rental options. The absence of a housing product designed specifically for moderate income households represents a clear gap in Australia's housing system. Cooperative housing provides a viable and scalable response to this gap by combining affordability with resident participation and secure tenure. Cooperative models offer an intermediate housing solution that sits between traditional social housing and the private market. Importantly, cooperative housing can support moderate income households to maintain financial capacity, reducing housing stress while preserving the ability to build intergenerational wealth. It is a housing model that sits between renting and owning. Addressing the housing crisis requires deliberate system redesign, not only expansion of existing products. As Anne mentioned, this is a model that is working very well and is a mainstream tenure option in overseas countries. Without intervention, the growing gap for moderate income households will continue to widen, with long-term consequences for productivity, workforce stability and social cohesion.
Thank you for adding that, Ms Leader. Back to you, Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that evidence there. We have heard some evidence today that, as people have acknowledged the issues surrounding housing in South Australia, is, in various sectors critical, but we have heard that things are starting to turn around, but there's a period of time that it's taken, and that's, I think, from investments from the South Australian government, and the Commonwealth, in my view, is stepping up to work alongside states and territories and local governments to deliver housing. So there's some movement there, but as we've also heard, it does take a long time to deliver these houses as well. And I just go back to the Mayor, if I may. Your submission highlights the impact around housing prices and rents and declining social housing availability that's having on younger generations. Now, the Commonwealth has committed significant investment through programs such as the Housing Australia Future Fund, the Social Housing Accelerator, and the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness. But I want to get your view and your council's view and how important it is to sustain investment in social and housing to address the challenges that we are seeing in the community.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, it is important to keep the momentum up. It's also important, I think, to build deep partnerships so that community organisations, for instance, as we've just heard from Common Equity Housing, that we are bringing some new models and new opportunities into the system, because we know that in Australia our cultural identity so much is around our home ownership, as opposed to our cultural identity between being a resident in a community. One of the lovely things about local government is you're not a patient, you're not sick, you are a resident, and that is a great leveller. It's a very good piece of what it means to live in an equitable country. And so when policy is being made under any any of our major pieces, whether it's health, economics, social policy, housing policy, if we think about everyone as a contributor through their citizenship and through being a resident in a place, I think it really changes the way of whether they're a property owner or an investor or a taxpayer or, in our case, a ratepayer. When I think of our residents, it might be the 5-year-old that's using the library for story time and who is not yet a citizen, but they are receiving a full benefit of being a resident in our city. And I feel the same about housing and the longevity of a sustainable housing development or housing investment strategy, is that we are doing those things for everyone for generations to come. And this is this intergenerational equity that we have to make decisions on every, in fact, yet last night at our council meeting, for every generation, because if we're building, whether it's a road or a stormwater drain or a library or buying something for our community and supporting an oval, we're doing it not just for today, but we're doing it for tomorrow and we're doing it for future generations. And the same principle, I think, has to be applied to investment into housing as well, so that together we can actually have something that's going to last forever. When we're building cathedrals, if you like, these things don't just happen in one generation. We haven't arrived at this crisis in one generation. So why does one generation have to bear the brunt of it? And the reality is that we might have a 15 or 16-year-old or an 85-year-old who are facing the same challenges, and we often don't see it in that way. So we do definitely have a focus on young people, and they are critical to the social cohesion and for their own safety and well-being and their ability to continue to be, make their contributions to the world. But I wouldn't want us to just think about it as if it's just for one and done. This is something we need to build in much more deeply into our public policy framework. And when I think back to, I've been in this field for a very, very long time as well, and many moons ago we had a program that I still adore, which was called Log Chop in those days. It was the local government community housing program, and it was relationships between churches and community and land that might have been in local government, that then the federal government contributed to the state for then those community programs or local government programs to build the housing. And that's when our co-op and association sector was really, really thriving. And over the last 30 years, that's continued to decline. This might be an opportunity to revisit some of those ideas.
If I may add, a very specific piece of evidence that we've heard, and it's anecdotal, but from some of our young people, is that they feel they're not the preferred tenants for social housing because they can't bring the same level of income of people on different forms of support. So they feel like they're being locked out in ways that perhaps that they shouldn't be. So if there's a way to address that, I think that would go a long way to help with the systemic issues.
Thank you. Thank you. We've heard evidence on that today, and a program of 4,000 places to address that in the latest budget. So that's certainly something that's already on our radar. Senator Brown, please continue if you have further.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. I just want to go now to talk through exactly what do you think we need to do in terms of in promoting housing cooperatives. I know we've talked about it a little bit about it, and you've given us some evidence, but it's an important complement to government investments, and I just wonder what would you recommend?
I guess the first point is just raising awareness and understanding of what it actually is and the benefits that it brings. People don't actually understand what it is. They think it's similar to community housing, but it's not. It's quite a different model. And of course, all the regulatory requirements have been set up for community housing, so it makes it very hard for co-ops to still function. Hence, Common Equity was set up a number of years ago to support that. So it's about raising awareness and then government considering it, as I said before, as part of their national growth strategy. It is a way, it's very clear the outcomes of cooperative housing, as housing is the key social determinant of health, is so strong and so clear that to not focus on it, I think, will be a real mistake for government. So to focus on that, to understand what it is, to talk about it, and then to empower organisations like us and others that do co-ops to ensure that it's part of the social housing that you're talking about. It's part of the answer. It's models that we can set up which bring a different focus, a different community. And, I went and visited 10 of our co-op members yesterday, and their houses, very small, but were absolutely beautiful. Their gardens were beautiful. The connections with their neighbours, their faces glowed, and they talked about cooperative housing had changed their lives. We're not hearing, as we are in public housing, how terrible things are. They're like, we're part of a community. Yeah, we have some issues sometimes, but we talk them through. We've got structures, we have frameworks to deal with that. We all have a role. We're all responsible. We found out yesterday that somebody wasn't okay, and we set up support services to do that. That doesn't cost any money. That's actually just community and that focus. And it was really quite heartening for me to see that these things don't have to cost a lot of money, but the economic benefit and the social benefit is huge. So highlighting that, I think, is really important. As I said, things like the HAF, I don't know the long term for that, I just call it the HAF.
Housing Australia Future Fund.
Yeah, and the accelerator program and those things, making them relevant to cooperative housing so that we can then get a piece of the pie and really build and really make it strong and viable for others. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, and to your point of growing awareness and education and understanding the model, cooperative housing, there are many forms of cooperative housing, and the model can take many forms. You have your rental cooperative models where the residents all have a say in their housing. They have governance responsibilities where they can actually inform how their housing is managed. And that's, I think, speaks to what you have seen in those communities where people are very connected to their homes. It's not just a house, it is a home. And then you have limited equity models as well, where for a small financial stake, an investment can actually be made into the asset that will secure your tenure for as long as you are wanting to stay in your tenancy, and then when you leave, you receive that small stake back with a small gain as well. And what that actually does is security in long-term tenure, but it also means that there's an ability for tenancies to be passed down to generations. So you can gain from your tenure, but you can also ensure that future generations are able to benefit from that tenure as well. And to Anne's point, and to Shea Nettle's point earlier as well, the social and economic conversation and, removing that dissection and bringing it back together. I've been to so many housing conferences where it's no longer, we're not talking about housing as much as we're talking about communities. And when I think about housing cooperatives, it is all about community. So it's an important conversation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response. Just one last question, and again to the council that, or to whoever that on the panel that would like to answer. Really, I just want to get your take on the changes, the negative gearing and the capital gains tax changes that the government's made.
Yeah, they love it. Our community quite like it.
Yeah, good.
Certainly in the
short
answer.
Yeah, I mean they've got big smiles on their faces when they've raised it with me, but you've had some direct feedback.
I was just going to say, in the workshops that we had with community members, we have an affordable Onkaparinga forum, so that people just coming along, volunteering their times and sharing their lived experience, and actually workshopping solutions. Absolutely, tax reform came up very clearly, which is not something you'd normally expect a community group having a discussion to land on. So for me, that's telling that people are aware and that they can. That was one of the solutions they see as potentially making a difference for them personally.
Yeah, and the co-op meeting, the same thing. Absolutely,
Yeah,
it's
love it.
about time that you know, there was tax reform, and all the benefits don't just go to our generation. There are, you know, other.
Okay. Thank you, and once again, thank you for coming along and giving evidence.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland, is there anything you wanted to add in, or are you right? Okay, I'm going to assume okay. I have a couple of quick last questions. One is for around cooperative housing. Is it a form of housing that lends itself to young people in particular, given that's our focus? And is the main problem that the problems you are surfacing really around scale? The HAF, for example, especially the third round of HAF, is really moved to big scale. It's, you know, looking for organisations with a lot of capability and financial, institutional relationships and so on that are not available to mid or smaller sized. So is the scale issue a question for you? And what about young people? Is this something we should be promoting for young people?
I can speak to the young people if, yeah.
Well, you're younger.
The cooperative model does definitely lend itself to younger people. We have two examples nationwide of student housing as a cooperative model that work really successfully. Again, really focusing on that community aspect. And then we have also...
Could you provide details to us on notice of those?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
And there has also been a lot of work that has occurred in Victoria, I believe, and I will take this on notice, with a care leavers group of young people who have essentially worked with a local service provider to form their own version of a co-op. So that there's a governance structure, there's that ownership of the home through a limited equity style arrangement. Again, I can provide details on that.
Very helpful if you could give us the details of the model and the especially the economic model behind it. Who walks away with equity and how is it transferred and so on. I think that's helpful for us to get a bit practical about it. If I can come...
To answer the other question?
Oh, sorry,
Part
yes.
of the question?
Yes.
So just very briefly, you know, around the HAF and other things. So we're building now around 9 houses. You know, that's not going to solve the housing crisis, but that's all we can afford at this point, and we'll set those up as cooperative models. But we need more houses. That's the bottom line. If we get more houses, we can then set up a cooperative model. We can give people that community, that long tenure. It doesn't cost anything except, you know, the houses. And so we're just slowly chipping away. But, you know, it's the houses that we need. So to get some investment or to just get the houses from Housing Trust would be a fantastic start for us. And across the state, not just in Adelaide. You know, we have programs in the Copper Triangle and others, that there's lots of interest in Port Lincoln, in other places. So having a look at that and really strengthening this model is really important.
You raise a really important point. We've been very focused on Adelaide and the city today, but there are major housing challenges in every country town and regional areas across our state. I wanted to come back to Council, and this is my last question in a way. You're very clear with your proposals, a very well-developed set of ideas in your submission, really growing public and affordable housing, sustained investment, climate ready. You've been very strong about, and renting assistance changes as well. You also recommend reform on empty dwellings and short-term accommodation. What would this look like, and are there jurisdictions that are doing this well? If you want to answer briefly or give any additional information on notice. The final, so answer that and then I'll come back with just the last thing.
I might just start, but I'll ask as to... so community members are constantly telling us we need to do something about Airbnbs.
Okay.
So that's a thematic that's coming through. Whether we will or not is a big discussion, and the evidence doesn't seem to support that at the moment. However, that's in the discourse. And partly that's because of our community. We've got so many pieces, we've got the 31 kilometres of coastline, so it's a very holiday destination. So there are many properties that are empty for much of the year. Not all of those are short-term rental options. They are somebody else's holiday home.
Yeah.
And they're the farmer from the Eyre Peninsula who comes down for a month to go surfing. So there's some complexities around that, but it's definitely in the discourse of the community, and it's something that we are just exploring. But do you want to add some more to that?
Look, I think you've covered it pretty well, Moira. We are definitely aware that there are properties that are vacant and sit there vacant, but we're also aware that part of our tourism mix and attraction is to have short-term stays, and also that for some people, you know, they've told us that having it as a short-term rental or Airbnb works better for them financially than having a renter in there long-term, and it's lower risk. Whether that's perception or reality, that is the feedback that we get. So we've got a bit of a balancing act to tackle that one.
From the point of view of this committee, though, in terms of trying to grow supply, it's a bit of a lay down misere that those properties are not available to renters, and
yes,
we're paying
they
the
are.
price.
That is exactly true. That is true.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. On page
Can I
6
ask
of
a
your
question?
Yes.
Sorry, I just wondered. Is there a waiting list to get into your cooperative housing?
Do you have a waiting list?
Yes, we do.
How long is it?
Well, we actually allocate via the single housing register. So we are working with people that are category 1 and 2, but our condition is they have to nominate cooperative housing. So I think it's sitting at about 200 currently of people that are interested in the cooperative model via their housing application with the Housing Trust.
To be clear, we don't push it because we don't have the houses, so we don't want to set people up to come and live nowhere.
No, I understand, but they can they select various, from what you're saying, just so I get it right. They can select a cooperative housing model or another model.
Yes, but with a tenure of 15 years, there's not many vacancies that come up, unfortunately.
No.
Okay, thank you, Senator Brown. Last question, page 6 of your submission. You talk about activation of levers beyond planning reforms that encourage developers to build a diversity of dwellings for different types. I wonder if on notice you could explore that a little further, about what the levers are that should be used more assertively with developers to get that diversity. I think that would be helpful to us as a committee. Well, thank you so much for your very, very useful evidence from both organisations. You have taken questions on notice, so if you're able to get those responses to us within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard transcript, we would really appreciate it. But thanks for all the work you're doing out there and for bringing it forward to our committee and helping us think through these issues. We'll suspend for a couple of minutes. Now welcome representatives from the South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network in person. We really appreciate you coming in and bringing us your evidence. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Great. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Yeah, Scott Wilson, lead convener for SACON, South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network.
Christine Brown, CEO, South Australian Aboriginal Community Controlled Organisation Network.
And I'm Doug Clinch. I'm Executive Director of Office of the Chief Executive at SACON.
Great. Thank you so much. And would you like to give us an opening statement?
No worries. Thanks for inviting us along today. Obviously, we've just introduced ourselves. And thanks for the opportunity. We're here to discuss intergenerational housing inequity and the impact on Aboriginal people in South Australia. SACON is a state-based representative body made up of over 30 South Australian community-controlled organisations across the state. We're also basically we're the voice for Close the Gap in South Australia. We exist to strengthen, support and advocate for culturally responsive services and systems that meet the needs of our people. We work to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are central to decision-making processes that affect our communities, and that our knowledge, leadership and experience shape the policies and programs and services designed to close the gap. I suppose our core points are that SACON supports the Aboriginal Health Council of South Australia's and NACHO, the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation's submissions to this inquiry, setting out that historical failures of government policies and its lasting impact on Aboriginal people, and support their proposed recommendations. We know that housing is a primary driver of health and wellbeing. Evidence from South Australia's Health in All Our Policies work shows that factors like housing equality, energy access, education and employment all sit outside the health system, yet determine health outcomes. If we fail to address housing inequity in an integrated way, we're embedding poor health and well-being across generations. This demonstrates that housing reform is not just a housing policy, it is a health, education, justice and economic policy as well. It is important to view the housing crisis for Aboriginal people in its historical context. It is because of the historical and colonial context outlined in NACHO's submission that many Aboriginal people were thrust into the housing crisis and prevented from transferring generational wealth to their children. Instead, it was replaced with the transfer of disadvantage from one generation to the next. This disadvantage has not remained historic, it continues today. The Right to Power report, produced by First Nations Clean Energy Network in November 2025, shows First Nations communities on prepaid meters across Australia experiencing frequent disconnections from essential utilities. These disruptions impact food security, health and opportunities for economic development. This is a prime example of intergenerational inequity looks like in our modern world. Until real structural reforms replace generation and structural racism across all sectors, especially housing, changes will be piecemeal, and the Australian dream remains out of reach for many Aboriginal people. Right now, support systems are fragmented, housing, health and energy operate separately, yet the disadvantage is experienced as one. This fragmentation is in itself a driver of intergenerational inequity. NACHO's submission demonstrates effectively the interconnectedness of socio-economic disparities, creating a cycle of disadvantage which must be addressed through coordinated Australian-led structural reform. Since the abolition of the South Australian Aboriginal Housing Authority in 2007 by the then Labor government, housing stock integrated into mainstream, mostly charitable organisations. Aboriginal voices since this time must compete with broader public housing priorities. Mainstream services are not designed for Aboriginal needs. Racism and discrimination are prevalent. Aboriginal people must now compete for housing in a mainstream space. South Australia, SACON was successful in advocating with the South Australian government and basically were able to secure a commitment for $2.5 million over 5 years, because South Australia is one of the only jurisdictions that didn't have an Aboriginal community-controlled housing association. So that funding that we've received for the 5 years is to develop and stand up an independent Aboriginal community-controlled housing association. But as you can imagine, it's not sufficient for a peak body to achieve its objectives. Adequate funding must follow, because renting and maintenance of homes is not a profit-making business, particularly when many Aboriginal renters are on low incomes. Strong partnerships will be a key to its success. And as I said, we've only that funding only just started this calendar year. We do have a whole range of proposed recommendations, but we can table them rather than, go through them if you want to, which gives you opportunity to ask us questions.
Could you table them? That would be very useful. Thank you. That's excellent. Does anyone else want to add comments, Mrs. Brown or Mr. Clinch?
Not at this stage.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing a historical perspective and a deep experience in housing to this inquiry. Many witnesses have pointed to the very significant and unique challenges that have not been addressed historically for Indigenous people in terms of housing, and we've already heard evidence in this room today about how the intergenerational history of failure to pay wages, to allow the accumulation of assets, dispossession, a removal from family, result in an intergenerational housing legacy which has been extremely deleterious. It's affected the lives of probably every First Nations person. So thanks for reinforcing that point and bringing your evidence forward. I just want to go to that grant that you've received, as you said, in recent days, in this calendar year, to establish an independent community housing body. Can you just fill us in a little further on how it's progressing and what you are planning to deliver?
Yeah, okay. Well, it's progressing at the moment where we've employed a interim CEO, and they are basically, as we're speaking, doing community consultations around the state to try and find out from community what sort of model should this new peak housing body be. Should it just be a peak housing body that sort of, is about policies and procedures, or could it be a replica of, the old Aboriginal housing unit that actually had houses that you could...
That's a supply organisation.
Yeah, okay. That you could then sort of, allocate housing stock to Indigenous folk across the state. Obviously, it's only early days at this stage because, like I said, they've only just started that community consultation. What I suppose from a SACON point of view, what we're hoping is that eventually they will become an incorporated association and then, go off and set themselves up as a fully legal entity and, at the end of the day, be members of SACON, which would give us, because a lot of our, at the moment, a lot of our community members are either health providers, aged care providers, et cetera, which has been really good in terms of we've got then community organisations that have the expertise to be able to sort of look at how can we sort of either, reduce the gap in the 18 socio-economic targets. And one of those gaps clearly was housing. So we're hoping that, that they have every success moving forward. So
we've heard a lot of evidence today about the crisis in South Australia and the rising rates of homelessness and the incredible difficulty to find your way into affordable housing, whether a renter occupier of social housing, the long wait list, for example, for public housing. I wonder what reflections you have for us as a committee about what's changing for younger Indigenous Australians in South Australia, whether you notice a deterioration for younger people, and what your perspective is about that issue. We're really, looking at intergenerational shifts between what's gone before, which hasn't been great, and there's plenty of older people out there with many challenges, but what's happening for our young Indigenous population.
Well, I suppose what's happening for those is that, when I grew up, once I left school, I went off and I was able to get a rental accommodation somewhere, right? Whereas what's happening now, and it's not just Aboriginal folk, I don't think, but more and more you've got young people who just don't move out. They've got nowhere to go. There's no pathway for them to sort of either, as you said, the public housing list is so long, and even trying to get into the private rental market, there's no way in the world that in this day and age that a young person could, I could afford to rent a flat back in my days, right? Or share with somebody. Whereas these days, you're either sharing with multitudes of people, and least likely for a lot of Aboriginal kids that they're going to be doing that. I know that Doug and that live down at the southern end of Adelaide, where, housing stock down there would be very difficult to find. And, I've had people, my own family, for example, come down from Darwin asking me whether I could, ring up a real estate agent because, they're a bit darker. And then when they've gone, come around and have a look at the property, and as soon as they rock up and they're a little bit darker than most people, they just get told, oh, sorry, the place has been let.
Straightforward racism.
You can ring back that real estate agent, pretty well after that and find out that it's still on the market. So, they face that sort of racism, and therefore are less likely to sort of put themselves back out there. And so tend to just sort of, what's the word, couch surf, where, like we operate, in my other role as CEO of the Aboriginal Drug and Alcohol Council, we operate day centres in rural and remote communities. And it's interesting that up until recently, people used to just say, if all of those Aboriginal folk went back to the APY lands, for example, we wouldn't have a problem. Well, COVID showed that those towns have got their own massive housing problem in terms of, because those people had to go back, otherwise they had what they called biosecurity lockdown, they couldn't come back. And we were still feeding, 50 to 60 people a day because people can come to us for food. Which, we said all along that, Port Augusta, Ceduna and all those sort of towns have got a major housing crisis, but people didn't really take that much notice of us. Whereas in actual fact, if you have a look at those places today, that's become a reality. And they're just out of sight, out of mind. And I think that, it's interconnected. You've got nowhere to live, you've got, unfortunately, some people might get into petty crime and things like that just to survive. You just have to walk around the streets at night time that here in Adelaide, that the amount of people that you see sleeping rough has actually increased quite dramatically from, pre-COVID, for example.
Absolutely. Mr. Clinch, do you want to add anything further to that about young people and how experiences have changed?
Yeah, I think just echoing what Scott has said, our community, we often have intergenerational living. That's obviously a part of our sort of culture, is that we do look after our own, and we do see situations where kids might go into care, and rather than lose them within the system, we feel obligated to take on those children, and that's older children as well, and often they'll then have to stay in that house, because there aren't any options for them to move out. You know, my mum's a carer. She's got a couple of girls that are now moving into late teens. You know, there's just no realistic option for them to find alternative places. And a lot of these social housing are quite small, you know, like a lot of the houses that I know my family live in. So the overcrowding is quite extreme. And I guess when you have things like mental health and other issues that may come up, it just really intensifies, you know, the issues that might come up in that space. So, you know, housing's obviously, you know, a huge component of that, but all of the sort of implications of the lack of housing, the lack of suitable, appropriate housing for Aboriginal families that can be quite larger kinship systems. You know, these factors, I think, have never really been a part of the, I guess, thinking when we're developing new housing, you know, with Aboriginal people in mind. We kind of had this nucleus family sort of, you know, as the norm. Anything outside of that is a little bit strange. And so, you know, Aboriginal communities are often, you know, the sort of feel the repercussions of that. And so, yeah, I just know, obviously, as a younger person, I've got lots of cousins, lots of family that are still at home and probably will be for a long time unless something dramatic changes in their world.
We've had evidence today about, from Hutt Street, for example, about the pathways forward need to have different models of housing available to Indigenous communities, members, and so very clear evidence on that. Mrs Brown, do you want to add anything more from your experience?
No, I feel that it's pretty much been echoed through, as we were saying, those two, AXA and Nacho's one, and what these two have said. But it is very much with Aboriginal people, because you only, you know, like whether you're looking at the public service or whether you're looking at public service, Aboriginal people don't sit on high incomes. You know, there is a glass ceiling kind of thing that stops there, and you've got a handful after that. And when you've got $800,000 homes, how are they ever going to be able to, you know, kind of go into that space? Because I know my son, for example, like where he's staying now, his is about, I think it's about $500 a week, and he struggles to, and that's down south, and he struggles to, as a single dad, to save up to, you know, try and kind of move into a place. So then that's where we're having to, you know, kind of look at how we can help him as well. So, and I think that you'd get that with a lot of families. It's now, it's just like now it's on the parents, probably using our, what is it, super and stuff to try and help our younger kids.
Yeah, I think also the one of the crises going to occur is for older folk. We've got quite a few staff at the moment that have worked for us for a long time, and they actually turned 70 this year. And I sort of look at them, well, I've said to them a few times, what are you going to do when you retire? Because they're paying, like you said, $500 a week for a rental. And once they finish work, there's no way in the world that on the age pension that they're going to be able to afford $500, $600 a week, even with rent relief, right? And so you sort of sit there and you think, well, I really think what will happen is they'll work until they basically pass away, because they won't be able to afford not to work. And the saddest thing, or one of the interesting things, because I'm a bit like the rest, you know, I've got family, grandkids, all of that still live with me. And my 14-year-old granddaughter said to me, "Oh, Grandpa, when you die, what's going to happen to your house? Because if we're not living here, we'll be homeless." And I'm sitting there thinking, as a kid growing up, I never even would have thought of where I was going. You just knew you always had a house, right? Wouldn't have thought about it. And, you know, a 14-year-old kid shouldn't actually have to be thinking about, are they going to be homeless because one of their, adult family members die and don't leave them the house, for example, right? Which I told her I would anyway, but...
Well, we had evidence this morning from a 13-year-old who had a petition of 22,000 people signing the petition about their hopelessness and despair about their housing futures. Now, they're in the education system. I'm not saying it's easy for them. It's very real. But they aren't dealing with racism. They aren't dealing with multi-generational, many of these. I'm not describing this young person's circumstance. I don't know enough about that. But the crisis out there of despair is very real amongst relatively advantaged parts of our population. clearly for many Indigenous people it's a much more complex and more challenging, more vulnerable moment.
Yeah. Well, my wife, when she was alive, one of her carers, so this is a lady who's got a full-time job as a carer, was living in a car because she couldn't get, she had accommodation and then the landlord decided to sell. Well, that was it. She couldn't find rental. So she was working and then sleeping in the car.
Mm-hmm. I'll just circulate the call here. I'm not sure whether Deputy Chair, do you have questions, or Senator Mulholland?
I have questions. I'm not sure if Senator, I'm not sure if the Deputy Chair has questions.
You go first, Corinne.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much to our witnesses for joining us this afternoon. One of my questions was around, obviously your network represents a number of Aboriginal community-controlled organisations across South Australia. One of the things we hear a lot about is the need to close the gap and try and move the dial. And we know that housing, as has already been articulated, housing outcomes for First Nations people are a real challenge. Tell us about how meaningful it is and why it's necessary that we have a partnership and shared decision making between government and First Nations led organisations. Why is that so important to get the right outcomes?
Look, the shared decision making, it actually goes to the self-determination. Now we've got all levels of government have signed up to the national agreement and made that commitment. We are in a place at the moment where it's having both parties understand exactly what each other is expecting from what is shared decision making and what self-determination is, because Aboriginal people see it very different compared to what government see as shared decision making. Look, there is that experience, and it's through Aboriginal-led reviews and through productivity commissions and stuff, is that government is just not willing to let, that control kind of go. Now, if you have that shared decision making, you're actually having Aboriginal people design it. It goes back to the old adage of nothing about us without us kind of thing. Now, that would go to anyone, whether you're talking about health and women or whatever, to have somebody else that's totally opposite and they're making that decision. You're going to end up with, we've ended up with decades of failed policies. And since this national agreement, it has really put us at the table to now do it. We are kind of getting that commitment with South Australian, government here, but we're also in the very early stages, so we haven't really gone through about exactly what all our reforms are. So how that goes, I don't know. But here we are as SACOM, we're working in partnership, and we see our role as not only one of accountability, but one is to support or work together and collaborate about how we can get better outcomes. So I think the test will come over the next probably 4 or 5 months as to really how far we go. But it is frustrating when like when we're looking about self-determination and we're looking at what it means to Aboriginal people, and you don't move that dial from government not willing to make that shift. We hope that we can try and change some of that and change some of those attitudes, because it's just been, for years it's always been this way. Now we're trying to change how they're doing it and letting us share those letting us share in those decisions and stuff like that. And that's a big shift for government to make. Yeah. But we're here willing to work with them to do it.
It's also making sure that we're abreast of all of the things that are interconnected. So, for example, with the big intergovernmental housing agreements that they usually do between the Commonwealth and the state, to make sure that that as part of that close the gap agenda, that there is sort of commitment in there, the percentage of that or whatever that housing agreement between the state actually is for Aboriginal people to sort of access, or it's sitting back with the, the Housing Australia Future Fund, for example, and sort of saying, well, okay, when you're actually looking about, future housing fund, are you also looking at climate change, for example? Like, are you looking at people who might be living in really remote communities, making sure that the houses that you're upgrading there have access to, not just heating, but also to solar energy and also cooling, because in extreme weather, if you can't switch on the lights or put on an air conditioner, and you're an old person for whatever, you're actually putting that person's health at risk. So it's making sure that, I suppose, and that's part of the tricky part of the whole agenda around Close the Gap, is making sure that we're across all of that, but also making sure that we can actually have comment and also try and get those major players to sort of take what we're saying seriously. But you also got to recall that, we do all of that as part of our second or third job, so to speak. I'm the lead convener at SACON, but that's not my paid job. It's interesting.
Can I just add to that as well? When you talk about shared decision making, I think it's really important, given the lived experience and cultural values of Aboriginal people are often vastly different from the people that are making decisions about our lives. So, there needs to be a dialogue, there needs to be a true understanding of the implications of the decisions that people far removed from those decisions are actually making. So, that's one of the reasons why we're so, I guess, keen to see shared decision making embodied throughout the structures of government, particularly as it relates to Aboriginal people and communities, because we know that without that lived experience, without the context that Aboriginal people can bring about their lives, these decisions often miss the mark by a long way, and we've seen that throughout the history of Australia. So I think that's my perspective on shared decision making and why closing the gap and this partnership is really important.
Thank you very much for that. One of the other things we've been considering as a committee is the role that the Commonwealth has in funding and supporting the delivery of housing across Australia, and I think an acknowledgement from a lot of witnesses that for a long time the Commonwealth, back in the 1950s and 60s, had a very strong role and then wasn't really involved the last 40 years, really left it to the states and territories, and has now come back to the table with obviously significant programs like the Housing Australia Future Fund. There's also a bit of a difference of opinion depending on witnesses that we've heard about whether the government should wholly and solely be the one that delivers public or social housing, and it should provide it. The government, we've taken a different view that we believe that we should be partnering with community housing providers who often know their communities better and can get the best outcomes. I was at a housing project yesterday on the Sunshine Coast that a community housing provider has delivered. It's just about to open. It's a 5-story building, and in there it's 100% social housing, and they've actually delivered a number of units that are specifically designed for people in wheelchairs, with everything in the kitchen designed for that going. We know our clientele, we know who they are, we know their age, and we know they're going to need this mobility. So we're going to design it that way, which may not always be the way if government was purely running it. We also have a stream, I'm interested to get your feedback and thoughts. We also have a stream for the Housing Australia Future Fund dedicated to funding direct to First Nations-led housing organisations to deliver housing as well for First Nations people with some very, very specific criteria that is the case. Welcome your thoughts on whether that's, how you think that might operate, whether it's a good or bad thing, rather than government coming in and saying, we're going to deliver it because we're the government and we know what to do. Whether it's better to be partnering with First Nations-led housing organisations and providers to provide the best solutions for the local communities and acknowledging that housing might look different in different communities.
Yeah, look, you're right. And from our point of view, obviously, yeah, we would appreciate that housing availability did go, if you're lucky to have a housing provider, right? And that's part of what South Australia's dilemma has been up until now, I suppose, is that there wasn't a Aboriginal community housing provider. So that's what we've recognised that. We've recognised that, if there is a housing provider, for example, then we have an opportunity to either go to state government and sort of say, well, okay, we're going to now tender for when you've got your big tenders coming up, not just for availability of housing, but also for homelessness as well. Because up until now, we've been forced into what they call alliances with mainstream services. And those alliances, look, I'll be frank and honest, those alliances were really alliances in name only, because they had to have an Aboriginal group as part of that alliance, but the Aboriginal group really didn't benefit as part of that, and so we look forward to part of the when they re-tender that out, and we've got a community housing association up and running. I still think though that the Commonwealth obviously does have a major role, because when you were funding, let's say, providing South Australian Housing Trust with funding for public housing, and then, the state government, for whatever reason, decides to abolish the Aboriginal housing unit within that, that was 1,000 houses that would then, didn't go to Aboriginal folk. They were then sort of divided up amongst the Care Bear groups, Anglicare, Catholic Care, all of those sort of providers. And so those houses, to a certain extent, then are lost to, let's say, to our community, because they just become part and parcel of that bigger provider. So we're starting from zero, really, in that whole space. And that goes back to, as we've said before, historical intergenerational inequality, in the fact that we don't even have a capital base to sort of start from. So, you walk around any town in Adelaide or South Australia or Australia, most of the prime real estate is actually owned by, some church group. So they already have a capital base. So we're starting from zero. So that's why I'm saying the Commonwealth can play a really great role in making sure, because we're not on a level playing field to start off with. So for us to even get somewhere, we need that support from, clearly from the federal government, because we've not been getting it from the state.
Thank you for that. That's a really fair call out, and I appreciate your feedback. Now, Deputy Chair, I'm not sure if you wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Thank you for your evidence. Mr. Wilson, we talked a little bit about the peak body that has been established, and I just wondered, and my understanding from what's been said is that it's one of the key focuses will be on supporting the development of community-controlled housing, and also other support services as well. But I wondered whether within the peak body, part of their remit is around driving Aboriginal-led decision-making? Is that part of the remit of the peak body?
Yeah, it would be, because obviously, you know, it's 100% would be Aboriginal controlled, owned entity. And, you know, all of the things that we currently do, like SACON is, you know, all of the members of SACON are Aboriginal community controlled organisations. So we are the largest Aboriginal community controlled group in South Australia, and one of the major contributors to Coalition of the Peaks nationally as well.
Will the peak body have any role in talking to the South Australian government around targets for appropriate housing or affordable housing for Aboriginal communities under the National Agreement for Closing the Gap?
Yes. Yes. Look, one of the things that we'd also like to see, that certainly would be the role. One of the things that we've also, through our earlier, partnership collaborations that we've had with government over the past couple of years when we're developing implementation plans and stuff like that, and just general conversations, and it's, I'm thinking, like, say, with that Commonwealth, with the Commonwealth government, to the extent best that it could, what we've always asked, it would be good if that funding would go straight to that ACO and let that ACO decide who it is that they want to partner with, rather than open it up to a tender process, and then it depends whether that, okay, I'm just looking here toward Home Alliance, let's just say that they were one of them, whether they'd partner or not with the peak body. So we would really kind of advocate that that money goes straight to the ACO and let the ACO decide who it is that they want to partner. Let them have some kind of control over who it is that they wish to partner with.
So we've had a bit of a conversation around housing stock, and you've probably partly already answered this question, but I really want to go to some more detail, I suppose, about what barriers currently prevent Aboriginal community control housing organisations from expanding the housing stock and services, and is that one of the reasons why the peak body was set up?
Yeah, because at the moment there is no Aboriginal housing stock as such in South Australia that's available for you know, community controlled. There is no community controlled housing association. Full stop. Whereas you go to some other jurisdictions like New South Wales, for example, they do have upwards of about 30 Aboriginal community housing providers. South Australia, like I said, had zero. And so that's the goal, is to, with the peak body, get them up and running, and then obviously try and encourage other community controlled organisations to maybe go down that track of becoming a community housing provider. And as you may or may not be aware, obviously the process to do that is not an easy process in itself. Like the organisation I work for, we actually did speak to the head of NATSWA, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Housing Association, about how could we become a community housing provider, because one of the things that, besides feeding people, we also run residential rehabilitation services, and how can we actually maybe extend that by, if a client comes through our resi programs, then the next step could be that we could then provide them with some form of accommodation when they leave, rather than going back to homelessness. but they've sort of said they could help us do that, but it could take quite some time by the time you go through, fill out all the different documents, etc., etc. So it's trying to change the way, I suppose, Aboriginal community organisations look at what they do, their core business, but also looking at how can we provide add-on type services that make us more able to be able to provide community members with a range of options, not just all going off to the, let's say, the Housing Trust office and putting your name down and waiting 20 years for a house to pop up, but maybe if there was more providers in terms of community housing providers in South Australia, then you at least have that option. You know, I don't know where, if you lived outside of Adelaide, where you would even go to get a house, except from the private rental market. I was shocked when, you know, because we operate services across the state, that some of our staff are paying more for rental in places like Port Augusta, for example, than you are here in Adelaide in Outer Harbour. So that's a barrier also to getting staff to move into those rural regional towns, and in particular people who've got qualification skills that aren't available currently in those towns, to get them to move there as well. They're less likely to do that because cost of housing is so high.
I think if you also look, I mean, as we said, 2.5 million over 5 years, and we've just started this one with no housing stock. There's your first barrier. And how, you know, how or where that can kind of get addressed, like with the interim CEO, is certainly going to be having a lot of work ahead of her in trying to address that, because we also know, like just for the budget for this year, there's that was kind of more truth and treaty, that type of work. I don't think anything really kind of came out, certainly not with regards to housing, as far as that money aside out of this SA budget for housing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the evidence you've given here today.
Thank you, Senator Brown. And I add my voice too. Thank you so much for coming forward with this. I want to make sure I've got more of a picture, that just check my understanding. We are missing in this state the kind of infrastructure for Aboriginal controlled housing that exists in a big state like New South Wales, where there is that depth of institutional capability. And as long as we fund housing through those structures, then it's a long pipeline in South Australia before we get houses on the ground that are Aboriginal controlled through Aboriginal organisations. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got the beginnings of an organisation to create that infrastructure, but we know it's a very long pipeline between the decision or the granting of the funding and the construction of the housing. Does that mean you would prefer to go back to a corralled set of houses within the public housing system? I just wonder where that lands you.
It is an option, one of the options, right, that if SA Housing had let's say, for example, the old Aboriginal housing unit, that gives people immediate access to housing because you'd be on a list. At the same time that you had that, it gives this the community opportunity to sort of, you know, develop and you know, the community housing option or association. Which is how the big housing providers, United Care and all of those, basically are able to operate. Because once you've got, as you could probably know, that once you've got housing stock, you can then, you know, grows, you can leverage off that to sort of say, well, okay, if we've got 100 houses, let's go to the bank, let's borrow enough money to build another 20 or 30 houses and continue, and as you're doing that, before you know it, you've got a lot more options for people, not just the public housing stock, but you've also got community housing stock. And then, you know, you get to a situation where you could have, as I said, drug and alcohol. It could be that carrot and a stick approach for people who want to change life, but at the moment, really, there's not a lot of options. You know, once they finish with you 12 weeks, bang, they're back out that front door. If they've got nowhere to go, then their only choice really is. And you could expand that to a whole range of different sectors: domestic violence, you know, prison reform, for example. You know, I was talking to, because we run prison programs, and I was talking to one of the guys the other day that been in and out of jail for 34 years, and he's decided he's changed now. He's doing Cert 3 and all of that, and I sort of said, well, what's the difference? What's made you after 34 years? He said, well, before, there was no support. He'd come out, couldn't get a job, couldn't get accommodation, et cetera, so, you know, he's back in jail. Whereas this time he's come out, he's got support on the outside, he's channeled to the right directions, and just recently, for example, we did take him back into Yatala to talk to some of the fellas about, well, how he's now, like I said, 34-year-old career criminal, basically changing his life. And even if he only sort of makes one of those fellas spark up and think, well, if you can, I can, then that's been successful as far as we're sort of looking.
And we've heard a lot of evidence about the need for wraparound services.
That's it.
Key individuals who support individuals one-to-one. That we've heard them named, and also secure housing. And I've heard Uncle Moogie, for example, over years talk about how jail is a lot more comfortable if you have a meal, a roof over your head. You know, that is, we need to do better than that in our housing provisions at least.
I think the other lever we could have is, and that's under priority reform too, because under priority reform too, that's looking at, so where services are currently provided by mainstream services, it's looking at getting Aboriginal, the ACOs set up to the extent that now once those, contracts are finished, as those terms kind of come up, that dollars or that funding and stuff comes back, comes to the ACO, to the Aboriginal Community Controlled. That will also depend on capacity and capability, so there might be potential where they might partner as they kind of, you know, take on a particular role. But look, whether there's that potential when you look at all these housing organisations, and then, you know, your first thought will be kind of wondering, okay, under priority reform too, how much of that could, under a partnership, kind of come back.
Well, look, thank you so much for your evidence today. We have many, many challenges ahead, and I know that you're dealing with them every day. So we really appreciate, as senators, you bringing your long experience to this, and wish you the very best, and we will certainly be making recommendations out of your evidence today. And if you have taken any questions on notice to give us anything further, we'd love to get it within 2 weeks of you getting the Hansard transcript. So that concludes our hearing today. Thank you to all the witnesses who have appeared. Thank you to the senators who have sat out there on the Zoom all day, Senator Mulholland and Deputy Chair. We really appreciate that. Thanks to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance and their travel of equipment all over the country. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and particular thanks to our Secretariat for all that you do. The committee stands adjourned.